Shumbi nento apha Anna.
For the chair, for the chair.
Thanks, my darling.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I just want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues here. Minister, a very good morning and compliments of the new year. I hope it started very well in the department. Ohanded. No, that can good, thank you. Yeah. So we're still waiting for our members who are stuck in traffic in the bus. If we can just be patient a bit. I wanted to apologize, Minister. I also was stuck somewhere in traffic and I got stuck at the gate here. So they just sent messages to say they're still in the bus, so we'll wait for them a bit. Thank you very much. Colleagues, good morning once more. My apologies again for starting this late. Members of Parliament travel by bus from their places of residence. And today we seemed to have traffic that I don't know in Cape Town, but I'm told there are activities that are happening around. So at least we now form a quorum. We can start. I want to just say compliments of the new year to everyone that I have not seen this year. The members of the committee, we met last week, however it was virtually. So I'm glad that we all are here. I'd like to welcome members of the department led by the Minister and the DG. Today we have a bit of a long day. We have a team from the South African Human Rights Commission, a delegation led by Commissioner Philile Ntuli. You're welcome. Let's go to the agenda first and see if we do indeed, if we're duly ready to start in terms of quorum. The meeting is officially opened. Can we then take apologies, Albertina?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and good morning, everybody. Chair, we've got apology from Honorable David Nondalane. They are both off sick. They are not feeling well. They are going to see the doctor. And we've got another apology from Utatum Tetwa, is attending the PC on Cocta. And we've got apology from Utatum Twedi due to organizational commitments. So he will be not able to attend. We've also got the apology, Chair, from Utatu Tsebekulu is going to leave the meeting early by 1 o'clock because he has to go and attend to another committee. As well as the Minister, Chair, the Minister requests to leave the meeting early to attend to a bilateral meeting with High Commission of Australia at 3 o'clock. So he requests to leave the meeting a little bit earlier, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So are we duly coordinating? Can we start?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Okay.
You do.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Chair, I would like to be excused at 1 o'clock just for half an hour to attend the start of another committee meeting, but I'll be back 1:30, 1:45.
Okay. Thank you very much. Because, as I said earlier on, the day is going to be longer because we have three presentations from, or two presentations from outside the committee and the department. Well, colleagues, today the agenda is a bit lengthy, as I indicated earlier on, as the engagement with the Minister that was supposed to take place last week in the last meeting had to be rescheduled, as the Minister had apologized due to prior commitments. Members will have noted that we have received several presentations from the department. However, while information is always appreciated, I want to believe and think that it is necessary that I give a background to assist the Minister and the department so that we can efficiently manage time today. At this stage, we have requested updates from the Minister, not necessarily long presentations from the department. And these are on the following issues, the updates on the following issues from the Minister. In the last term, the first one is that in the last term, the Minister mentioned an investigation that would be undertaken or that was undertaken regarding the source of the organophosphates or agricultural pesticides that contaminated food products from spaza shops, resulting in several deaths in Gauteng, Free State, and other provinces. The Minister promised to report back to the committee on the outcome of the investigations if they are done and finished. All we want as a committee is an update on that, including regulatory measures implemented by the department to prevent the misuse of restricted and banned pesticides. As members know, once more, we have two separate ministries now, but officially we still have one department called the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, with one Director General and one budget. What the committee would like to know from the Minister is an update on whether the process to separate the two departments has been initiated. If it has, how far is the process now as we speak, and when it is likely going to be concluded. I noticed that we must have received a presentation on the strategic plan from the department. We will not want to take that now because the budget has not yet even been tabled, so we will not take the strategic plan as yet. We only want to understand the implications of the process to separate the two departments for the development of the strategic plan for the Department of Agriculture alone. For an example, for the new financial year 2025-26, are we going to see a strategic plan for agriculture separately? Or are we still going to get a strategic plan for the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development? Thirdly, following our oversight visit to the Onderstepoort Biological Products, we have had engagements with OBP on the good manufacturing practice, the GMP facility, vaccine availability and other governance matters. The last meeting being on the 3rd of December 2024. During that meeting, which the department was part of, the OBP board reported that it was waiting for the shareholder, which is the minister, or the ministry, which is the Department of Agriculture, to satisfy itself with the contents of the GMP facility report by a joint committee that was established by OBP. And for the shareholder to give a go-ahead for the OBP to appoint a principal agent so that it can proceed with the GMP facility. It is for this reason, therefore, that the committee requested an update from the minister on engagement with the OBP regarding the GMP facility report and whether a go-ahead has been given to the entity to appoint a principal agent or not. As the committee, we are also concerned about the delays in the facilitation of the GMP facility. We have raised other matters regarding the OBP in the committee budget review report and recommendations report, and we expect a full detail when the minister responds to these matters that we have raised in the report in due course, not today. Our last issue is that of agricultural assistant practitioners, Minister and Deputy Minister. As the committee, we have received correspondence from the AAPs, and we fully understand and are concerned with the applied concerning the high unemployment rate of agricultural graduates and the great need for extension services in farming communities. Despite the department previously reporting to the committee that it has engaged with the AAPs and responded to their concern, I was copied in a recent correspondence, DDG Mehlomakun, in a recent correspondence by the AAPs to the department dated the 29th January 2025, highlighting that despite numerous attempts to engage with the department, the AAPs have received no meaningful commitments no positive feedback since the determination of their contracts in July 2023 due to funding constraints. One of the issues they have proposed in the correspondence to the department that the one that I was copied in is the establishment of a feedback mechanism to ensure that their concerns are heard and addressed in a timely manner. According to their letter, they have not received responses to the questions and concerns they have already submitted to the department. And that for me is very concerning, Minister and Deputy Minister. In this regard, all we want is a committee because the DG was part of the meeting last week, and you may have heard DG when members were raising the issue of the AAPs because they have received these letters of these young people crying. So all we need is an update on what the department has done since the last meeting with the committee on AAPs, including direct engagement with the AAPs. And maybe just to avoid a one-sided response and for accountability purposes, we may need Minister and Deputy Minister to be copied these responses so that we are able to respond when we are asked questions. So when the department respond to the AAPs, we would appreciate that we be copied as a committee so that we know what is happening. Because they are complaining that they don't get responses. And we also have other stakeholders that have written to us that have reported challenges with the department. And for an example, the 2024 bursaries for agricultural colleges, DG, that have not yet been paid. And if they are, we will then be appraised today. I thought I should outline the background to these issues so that we just get an update and responses from the minister without going into separate presentations that we have received, so that our day is not that long. After engagement with the minister, we will have 3 presentations. So I have outlined what we expect from the minister and the department. And after that, colleagues, honourable members, we are going to have 3 presentations. We've received a request from the Human Rights Commission, which followed our engagements with Professor Ilse Kosten on pesticides and food safety last week, and noting our agenda for today regarding engagements with the Minister on pesticides. It then requested to make a presentation to the committee on the same issue, and that is why we have the South African Human Rights Commission delegation today. And I want to believe that members have read. I've gone through the presentation. It's very worrying. We will also get a presentation from the Animal Law Project. I don't know whether they've arrived as yet. Albertina. They requested to make a presentation, colleagues, you'll remember last year, and they sat with us in one of the meetings that took long until late, and they had to be excused because we had promised that they were going to present before 1 and they couldn't. So we have actually brought them again today, and that is why I wanted to request that the minister in the department be very brief in their responses so that we can take the SAHRC and the Animal Law Project. They have requested an audience with the committee last year to brief us on animal welfare and the development of the Animal Welfare Bill. And then our last presentation will be on the department's engagement with Honourable Trollip to discuss the Eastern Cape citrus farmers. Honorable Trolley brought the matter last week in our meeting, and we requested that we take this presentation and engagement today. And then thereafter, colleagues, we will then deal with our in-house matters. That is committee program, proposals from members, if any, and correspondence received and draft minutes. I must indicate that I have received a correspondence from the Commission on Gender Equality. We'll go through that, and they also want to come and make a presentation on issues that pertains the situation in agriculture and in the farms and the like. They have done research, Minister and Deputy Minister. They also, I think, want to talk about issues around GBV in those areas. So we will give them an opportunity to come and make a presentation in the next coming weeks, given the fact that we are going to deal with the program of the committee today. So, yeah, colleagues, I thought let me just summarize this day for today so that it assists us to be able to go through the agenda, because I realize it's very long, so that we are able to engage with the other presentations that are going to come back later. We have the whole day today. We'll leave Parliament here at 5. So I would like to request colleagues and the Department, Human Rights Commission, in your presentations, members have already read. When you bring, you submit the presentations, members do go through the presentations. So summarizing your presentations will be fine, so that we take more time in the discussion instead of in the presentations. And I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues because I know they've done so. Well, we will start with the Minister. Minister, compliments once more. We appreciate that you came. We will indeed release you on time so that you can go to the next, prepare for the next meeting. Over to you, Minister.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, and of course, fellow presenters today. It's great to be back with you, and wish all of you well for the new year. And we hope it's going to be a successful year for agriculture. Chairperson, thank you very much for the brief. There is a slight issue, however, and that is that whilst I've been personally involved with the managing of the OBP matter, the splitting of the department has been handled by FOSAD and a variety of other technical committees made up of officials. The ministers have not been involved in that. We obviously, of course, get briefed from time to time when there are difficulties and where we need to engage to try and resolve some issues. But the Director General, I think, would be able to give the committee a far more fulsome appraisal of exactly where we're at with that. And the same applies to the agricultural pesticides and the progress there. So we've brought the officials who have actually been responsible for the process of trying to investigate these pesticides and find out where they're coming from, and measures then taken to prevent the situation from happening again. So let me start with OBP, if I may, Chairperson. And let me give you the timeline. On the 8th of October last year, I met with OBP. They brought the shareholder agreement to me to have a look at. I'd looked through the shareholder agreement, and whilst I was in concurrence with large parts of it, I felt that the shareholder agreement did not encapsulate some of the concerns that had arisen, raised by both this portfolio committee, but also in my capacity as the minister, and that there needed to be built into that a few more accountability mechanisms. After that, a few days later, we submitted a draft, a redraw of that. We had added in a number of particular clauses that related specifically to availability, and when availability was not possible, to look at partnerships with other laboratories to see if they would be able to help meet the requirements, so that we weren't sitting with the backlogs that we have currently. I also worked in there a quarterly reporting back to the shareholder on all disciplinary matters undertaken within the OBP, and a quarterly report back to the shareholder on progress against the audit action plan outlined by the Director General. I thought that these would be important if we were to build in a greater sense of accountability from OBP and try and avoid some of the problems that we'd had in the previous contract, and also to try and introduce quarterly reporting so that we were able to receive and troubleshoot problems sooner rather than waiting for the end of the year to then try and rectify issues. And the quarterly reporting was then done. Subsequent to that, OBP came back to the department and to myself and indicated they themselves wished to make some changes to the shareholder compact. Those were presented to me last week. And what they'd done is, under the strategic objectives, they had implemented or inserted a new strategic objective number 4, which they term improved product availability. And that is there to obviously monitor the processes and the availability of the vaccines. They'd also then put in place strategic objective 5, which was improved infrastructure and facilities, and that replaced improved business processes. They felt that this aligned better with their strategic objectives and strategic priorities, and they felt that these objectives would ensure that the OBP remained agile within the competitive animal health sector and responsive to their key stakeholders. I conceded on all of them, and I said I think that they added value to the shareholder compact. The shareholder compact then will go back to the legal departments of both OBP, although their legal advisor or legal person on the board, the advocate, was present, but we'd obviously just send it through to our legal department to be signed off once and for all. And I'm very comfortable that the shareholder compact will now better represent the objectives of OBP, but also give the shareholder a greater deal of oversight and accountability for what has happened then. They then briefed me on the GMP facility. Now, I can't recall when I asked for the project to be paused. I did ask for a report on the funds, but nonetheless, it appears that the process now has to go right back to the beginning. They briefed me that the previous contractor appointed by the principal agent has been involved in a financial dispute with OBP, and there's litigation that is currently underway. But in the interim, have removed the plans and all of the structural engineering and architectural drawings. So essentially, they have to start again. So given that we've given the go-ahead to appoint a principal agent, I will be making some recommendations to them to look at utilizing the Services of Infrastructure South Africa, which is a government entity which will enable, I think, a better scoping and people with greater experience in these particular aspects. But I have indicated that when the principal agent structures the next process, that it is done in stages and that we retain ownership of all drawings, all intellectual property that may exist that we pay for at that particular time, so that we don't end up with a situation where we have to go back. They then obviously will now commence with that process. There was a report back to me on the investigations and the SIU. They admitted they'd held a meeting on the 1st of August 2022, and at that meeting the SIU guided OBP on procedures that must be followed, together with the documentation that were required for an application to be made to the presidency. It is very clear that that was never done, and subsequent to the meeting, the SIU reported to OBP, as they'd reported to me a little bit before that no records of those documents were ever submitted to the SIU. The current board has compiled a detailed interim report on the GMP and will be submitted to me, the final report will be submitted to me, obviously in the course, hopefully, of this particular week. And we'll have to follow up on that. Just progress on equipment. I received the progress as well. The new freeze dryer The GEA has been delivered. The removal and installation of the GEA freeze dryer has commenced. The commissioning and validation of this GE freeze dryer will be finalized in September 2025. And there's production on a pilot freeze dryer manufactured by Telstar, and that will commence at the end of March 2025 for Q2, Q5. And they have a water plant maintenance program until February. They've assured me that considerable progress has been made in light of product availability. They've indicated that the arrival now of the freeze dryer will alleviate some of the key challenges in product availability. And they obviously want to now continue with the GMP process, which we've now given the go-ahead to. And we will obviously then continue to meet with them. Once we've received the final shareholder agreement back from the respective legal departments, we will then sign those instruments, and that will become the measure by which the shareholder can hold OBP accountable during the course of the year. I don't know if you'd like me to stop there and take any particular questions on this, Madam Chair, or whether you'd like us to continue and take questions at the end.
Yes, Minister, I would love that you continue and you will take questions
Okay.
at the end. We'll just note.
Well, I think we should move, if we can, into the strategic, not the strategic plan, the separation of the department. And I think the Director General will be able to give a report back on exactly where we are at now in that relation. But things have progressed well, and we are on track now to ensure that the departments will be split and finalize those particular processes which have been done at the official level. Thanks.
Minister, DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, to the members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Minister Dear. We had shared with the committee a report that captures where we are as the department when it comes to the separation of the two departments. And that is something that we have got to just summarily give at a very high level what the issues were. When the President made the pronouncement of the split of the two departments, we immediately set on a process to then come up with what we call a temporary structure, or as we say, a startup structure that would introduce the two departments. It involved a lot of engagements within the department at executive level with the ministers first, and then within the department administratively. We had come up with what we think would be structures that would work. Initially, from a departmental point of view, we thought it would present a very good opportunity just to start off by what we think would be a delivering department from both sides, whether it's land reform and rural development or agriculture. But then we were advised by the Department of Public Service and Administration that what we need to have is a startup that only captures those who are already in the system at that stage and reflecting how the reporting functions would be. There are current challenges that we have picked up, especially from an agriculture point of view. We had made a few suggestions that agriculture needs to have a DDG responsible for corporate services. We had made suggestions in terms of how we deal with the Office of the CFO as prescription by the PFMA. So this department that is agriculture would depart with a very skew structure that would not have a DDG of corporate services, that would not have a CFO per se, but all of those would be done at level 14, which is an anomaly. To rectify that, we have been advised that we will be given in the next 6 months, just after the 1st of April, we can come up with a structure that would be financed. I would just like to indicate to the committee that presents also a challenge, because that would mean that for 6 months, there have got to be step-gap arrangements being done in the department in order for that department to function. Now, that's something that we are working with the DPSA on just to finalize. In terms of the split that we are having, it's almost, from a personal point of view, it's a 60-40 split, with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development having a major chunk of employees, and the Department of Agriculture having just under, I think, just over 2,100 in terms of field vacancies, with 300 odd with field posts is 2,100, and then with 370 vacant positions that have got to be filled in the new department. That's where we are. Similarly, in terms of funding, the funding is 55% in terms of land reform and rural development, and 45% in terms of agriculture. But that is still under determination, because we still don't have the allocations outlined. We had the draft allocations. There were discussions with National Treasury, and we would hope that very soon we will then have the real allocations where we can effectively indicate how far we are in terms of that split. How will it affect the department going forward? I think if we have got to look at it from the 17 billion with that split that I've just indicated, agriculture very close to 8 billion that will be there. But it's going to be a touch and go in terms of the needs that are there. Already, Chair has already indicated a few projects. One of those in terms of the inspection services to see compliance in the country, in terms of the assistant agricultural practitioners, in terms of the disease outbreaks that we are having. So it will be quite a busy budget that has got to be balanced by the Department of Agriculture going forward. The strategic plan of the department has been started. There will be two separate departments from the 1st of April 2025. And both ministers had started with the process of coming up with new strategic plans. The Department of Agriculture had sessions where the strategy was looked at. The minister and the DM have already given the strategic objectives that the department has got to concentrate on. We already have got priorities that would deal with the issues that the principals have guided us to look at. We have already even submitted the drafts of the strategic plans of both departments to DPME for assessment. We got the assessment this week, and in the assessment it was very positive in terms of the SWOT analysis that we have done, even the APPs that were done from the agriculture side. There are a few tweaks that we have got to engage in just before to finalize the strategic plans, and we hope that we will be ready to submit the strategic plans in March, and the minister would be able to then give the forward, the DM the forward, and we will be able to also make those commitments in terms of the APPs going forward from that perspective, based on the budget that we'll be getting from National Treasury. I think that would suffice. The details would be in the presentation that we have already given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. I want to believe that you have covered everything in that short presentation. Minister, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you very much. Obviously to say that we've also been working very hard to make sure that we get a department that is got sufficient budget and sufficient resources to meet the objectives. But we're also mindful of the fact that we're operating in a very tight fiscal space. And I'm sure when the Minister of Finance tables his budget later this month, that is going to be brought into very stark reality. And the reality is that we do have challenges, and of course we'd all love to have more money to be able to do all the things we want to do, but you have to cut your coat according to the cloth. And I think that the department's done a good job in terms of balancing that. And obviously you always want more, but and we will continue to fight for more. And we've got a cabinet meeting on Wednesday where the budget is going to be presented. And obviously we'll do our best to fight for a really good outcome for agriculture as well. Chairperson, if I could then move to the issue of the pesticides, and we've got a technician, a technical head from the department here who will just give a quick update on that particular process.
Thank you. Who is making a presentation? DG?
It will be the program of Mr. SAHRC.
Oh.
I think the presentation would be led by Mr. Muzunga, who happens also to be the chief director responsible for that program and the former registrar in the area of Act 36 of 1947. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ntate SAHRC, the two of you are going to do the presentation, so you're going to talk to the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. CD Mzunga will do the presentation, Chairperson.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair.
Please press for.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
I know you don't have a running voice.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and members of the Parliament. I'm going to give an update on the work that we have done since the outbreak of contaminations of food due to pesticides. Now, before I'm going to start with in terms of the presentation, I'll give the responsibility of the department in terms of the management of pesticides. I'll also touch base on the pesticides legislations in the country that govern pesticides. In particular, I'll also then touch on pesticides that we consider to be highly hazardous, where Tebifos is regulated. In brief, what is Tebifos and the incidents that have been captured since 2010 regarding pesticides. Of course, then I will touch on the actions that we have taken ever since the President's announcement directing the department to take measures to prevent future exposures. The main question, the source, I'll also then touch on that, and then in conclusion, then I'll give the future plans. Now, in the country, we mainly then have 4 legislations, the principal one being the Fertilizer Farm Feeds Agricultural Remedy and Stock Remedy Act. This is the one that regulates registration, sales, distribution, labeling, use, and enforcement, as also limiting use to professional applicators. Department of Health also then, in terms of Foodstuff Cosmetic Act, they are the one responsible for setting residues or maximum residue levels in the countries. And then Department of Labor and Employment, they do regulate safety at workplace. The Department of Health, again, they are the ones that are responsible for licensing of distributors who sell pesticides. In terms of...
Stop you there just before you continue. And I just remember that I didn't give you time. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So in terms of our responsibilities, the framework that we have, which is Act 36 of 1947, the department have got a responsibility to protect human health and environment. And together with the Department of Health, we also then are responsible for setting residues on food, and also at the same time to make sure that when pesticides are sold, they have got clear labels which allow proper use. And in terms of doing our work, we are expected to reflect on best policies, best science and policy judgment Of course, science is developing. Of late, we do have issues around products that cause cancer, that change the genetic makeup, and also are reproductive toxicants. At the same time, of course, we have got an issue of organophosphates and carbamates that are of issues. Another major responsibility of the department is to make sure that those that make investment in this country, in registering products, we make timely decisions so that they can recoup on their investment. Of course, as you are aware, farmers and ourselves as consumers, we rely on pesticides to control our pests, so we also have to make sure that farmers and consumers have access to the product. Now, in terms of the issues at hand, the department does recognize that amongst the pesticides that we regulate, there is a small group of pesticides which are referred as highly hazardous chemicals that are still allowed in this country that we regulate. So in terms of the management framework that is in place, is that those that sell this type of products, they need to be licensed in terms of the Hazardous Acts in the Department of Health. In particular, when we, of course, recognize the issues associated with them, we publish the new regulatory framework in 2023, where we specifically zoom into two categories. One category is that products that cause cancer, that change your genetic makeup, that affect your reproductive or can cause deformity on unborn kids. Those we decided to ban them, and the ban will be effective as from this year. But those that we still allow, we have restricted them to professional applicators. And those are the ones that are classified as extremely hazardous, where TB4s fall into, and those that at a global level we have been notified that there are issues with them, and those that are associated with poisoning. Now, in terms of the regulatory framework that we put in 2023, we require manufacturers to keep records of what they sell to the public, and then they need to label the product accordingly with the restricted notice. If you could see on my right, you will see the type of container that would have a restriction notice. And those that sell restricted products, they need to be licensed, and also they need to make sure that they sell the product according to what has been registered. They also then have responsibility of making sure that within the entire value chain, they provide training and information to the user. So those are the type of containers that you will see if you go to the formal market that sell pesticides. So it's a very highly regulated products. Now, what is TB4s? So it is an organophosphate. It is used to control insects and nematodes, in particular on maize, potato, groundnut, sunflower, dried beans, etc. But mainly it is used on potato and maize, in particular to deal with nematodes. Of course, in this country where we have got big problem with rat infestations, it is also sometimes used illegally to control rats. Now, it is an extremely hazardous product with an LD50 value that run from 1 to 9 milligram per kilogram. Orally, dermal, it is also from 0 to 1 milligram, and inhalation, that is also from 00 to 006 milligram per liter. So that is the measure of a toxicity of a product. So we measure toxicity from 0 to 5,000 milligram per kilogram, with 0 meaning that that product is extremely dangerous. So as you could see there, this is an extremely dangerous product because its LD values just around 0.5 milligram per kilogram. Now, in terms of the history about this product, of course, we know about the 6 children that have died, but we also then have been made aware of studies that have been done as from 2010 to 2019, where you will see that it's also associated with poisoning. And as you are aware, then the president now have mandated us to take measures to make sure that we do not have future exposure, and also to come up with regulatory measures to prevent this type of incidents. Now, what we have done so far is that, of course, we needed to make sure that we go to the street and together with other government departments and municipalities to just take out products that are on the street. You will see the type of work that we've done, where we have gone to the street and then remove the products. Below, those are the type of, that's Tebifos. So it looked like Aldicap when you look at it physically, but those are the type of product that we are getting from there. So completely different from normal pesticides that are sold in the formal market. Now, we also then took samples, and some of the products that we have found look similar to the ones that are sold in the street. And the samples that we have taken, some of the product tested for Tebifos, because we wanted to make sure that either it is not Aldicap or Tebifos, because they look similar. We also then did awareness to street so that people are aware of the danger of the product that they are accessing. In terms of manufacturers and the distributors, we have indeed established that they are not complying with the regulatory framework that we have put in place in terms of training, record keeping, labeling, handling, sale, and the use of Tebifos and other highly hazardous chemicals. So far, we have issued notice to them, and some of them we have instructed them to suspend selling of products that contain Tebifos or any other highly hazardous chemicals until they comply with the regulatory framework. In terms of the source, Chair and members of the Parliament, we engage with the street vendors to try to find out where are they getting this product. And as you are aware, this is illicit trade. And at the moment, we through the engagement, through the interviews that we have done with the street vendors, they could not tell us where are they getting the product. They will just tell us that they get it from somebody either who's at the Johannesburg market. But at this stage, the samples that we have tested, none of them have tested for Aldicap, but we are still waiting for the laboratory to test the remaining samples. But it's also important to note that Tebifos is banned within the SAHRC region. Of course, at this moment, our investigation indicates lack of compliance with the manufacturer and distributor in terms of access control. And we, of course, very much concerned that this lack of control by the manufacturer and the distributor is the biggest risk for us in managing this issue in terms of future exposures. But
can you just repeat what you just said now?
so there is lack of strict access control by the manufacturer and the distributor. Remember, I've indicated that we have got a regulatory framework that requires them to manage the product in a particular way, because these are very highly hazardous products. So there is lack of compliance with the current regulatory framework, which is now we are now working with them to make sure that there is compliance with the work. So investigation is still now ongoing to really establish what actually transpired. Now, in terms of future works, we know that indeed there are incidents in this country that is associated with TB1. Now, in our view, we now have reached a threshold which now have triggered us now to review the use of this product. So we have done that in 2010, or just before 2010, 2009, when we still allowed the use of aldehyde. When there were incidents, we then engaged with the industry and then said, look, there are incidents in the street, meaning that there is no proper control. And therefore, please assure us what you are going to do. We have agreed on the measures. Unfortunately, when we really realized the measure were not followed, then we then banned the use of aldehyde. But now that we have banned aldehyde, now people now are moving to the use of TB1, which is worrying us now. So it now have reached a threshold where we then need to review what measures are we going to do. So the review, we consider alternatives, whether there are alternatives, do they work, and the cost implication to the sector. Now, that is the work that we now have to do so that we can then decide on the way forward. It must also be borne in mind that this country, Chair, have made commitment that by 2035 we would have phased out the use of highly hazardous pesticides. So that's the commitment where possible. So that's the commitment that we have now made at a global level, given the global call to phase out the use of highly hazardous pesticides at a global level. Of course, we will continue to strengthen measures, but we believe that at this stage, we really need to strengthen our capacity, in particular at the technical level, and also inspectors to make sure that we can strengthen measure to prevent future incidents. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Chairperson, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Mr. Mzungu for the presentation. I think it's also worth indicating, having returned from the GFFA in Berlin, which is the worldwide meeting of agriculture ministers, as well as the signing of the Kampala Declaration, which is the Comprehensive Agriculture and African Agricultural Development Plan, which is Africa's plan for the next 10 years, and the AU is obviously the custodian of that. There is an international trend away now from the use of harmful pesticides as well as fertilizers, and a focus on improving soil quality through a variety of means, whether it is utilizing fertilizers that do less harmful damage to the soils and to the organisms within those soils, and the importance of making sure that soil quality remains high in your country, talking about things like regenerative farming and the like. However, we must understand that this will be a process, not an event. Many of these new techniques and technologies are a lot more expensive than existing remedies. And so part of the discussion at both the CADAP level in Kampala and in Berlin was around how we put in place bridging mechanisms so we can move particularly your smaller scale farmers and subsistence farmers and family farmers off the more harmful product regimes and onto regimes that are more biologically sensitive and which will then ensure that we have a much longer lasting soil quality. Because eventually, if we just keep throwing nitrates, keep using harmful pesticides, it will end up doing long-term damage to your soil quality and ultimately affect your yield. The problem, however, is that these particular products, as well as some of the fertilizers, have become so effective that they are able to massively improve your yield. And so as you transition people off them and onto different products, you are going to have a dip in yield. And it's how we bridge the agricultural sector, and particularly our smaller scale farmers, through that dip and get them over that onto the more sustainable use of more environmentally friendly products is something we're going to have to grapple with over the coming years, and it's certainly something that the GFFA and the African Union are grappling with. So I think we will see a transition, and hopefully, like we've seen with renewable energy, the price of the more environmentally friendly products will start to come down as the demand increases for them. But we also then have to look at ways in which, through value chains and through networks, we incentivize farmers to be able to move towards this far more sustainable approach towards pesticides and fertilizer use in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. You know, as the presentation was made, I was beginning to think whether how we're going to handle the discussion on pesticides, given the fact that we also have a presentation from the Human Rights Commission. You know, like I said earlier on, we have the presentation from the Human Rights Commission, Minister. It's not good when we go through that. It's not really good. I thought as you were presenting, you will be able to tell me in the committee here, why are we still continuing to use Tebifos if it is highly hazardous and extremely, you know, dangerous. And we found that it has now killed people and young people in particular in the country in the numbers that it has done. One life is enough. More than 5 lives is worse. And for young people who are the future of the country. So I thought as you were making this presentation, at some point you will talk to that, because if you look at the report of the human rights without going to that presentation, it says in SADC they no longer use Tebifos, it's South Africa only. But it also goes on to say, you know, there are, without taking a presentation, that the European Union has actually, or the countries in Europe and the European Union, have stopped using some of these pesticides, but we continue to import them, to buy them from them, and they're dumped here, and we use them. And so when I was thinking, I was a minister, when I read that report yesterday, and I was thinking, so if it's not good for people in Europe and everywhere else, and even in SADC, it's not good for people in SADC. Countries like Zimbabwe, Malawi, Tanzania, and everyone else who is in SADC feels that it is not right for their soil, Minister, as you were saying, and that it's not right for their water, it's not right for their people. But South Africa still feels that it's right. I don't get it. That's why I don't get it. But anyway, we will get, because this whole thing about regulations, and I hear that in your presentation you're saying that these manufacturers, some of them you have stopped them because they do not, do what is right. The question would be then, how do you monitor them? Are you even able to do that? And if you did studies around 2010, 2009, 2010, 11, and you then, how many years ago? More than 10 years ago, that you found that these were hazardous and they were not good for, why are we still continuing to use them? I'm just wondering, sitting here. But anyway, yes, please.
If I can try and respond to the question, because it is the right question. I think there's a number of aspects that need to be taken into consideration. And as I said, turbifos is very effective at what it does, which is why it also finds its way onto the black market. But and that's why big countries that focus on big agricultural production like the United States still use turbifos, because it is effective at what it does. And it's in that lies the issue, is that how do we move people away from these hazardous pesticides onto better ones? Well, first of all, it can't be something that just happens overnight, because if we came out tomorrow and said, well, we're banning turbifos without exploring alternatives and without allowing sectors to transition, you could end up then with huge problems with crop failure and crop destruction in the absence of an alternative, and that starts to affect things like food security in the country, things like maize production, citrus production, which are also very important for our export economy. I think that what Mr. Mazunga has said very clearly is that a review is now being triggered, and we will probably move towards a situation where pesticides like this are phased out. We've got a backstop of 2035, which is a commitment that we've made. But there is an ongoing review of all agricultural remedies and pesticides that's undertaken. But we have to take the agricultural sector along with us. There has to be an education. There has to be a demonstration of alternatives. And then once that has taken place, you can start to move towards eliminating, like we did with LDCARB in 2016. And it is a process, not an event, unfortunately, because you don't want to cause a shock to the production of agricultural goods and end up then with food shortages and shortages in exports. As I've said, there is already a lot of international pressure now through international agencies, but also through international value chains. European Union has adopted a far more assertive approach on where things are sourced from Africa, whether there's deforestation, coffee plantations have been on areas where deforestation has taken place, harmful agricultural practices, and that influences then their particular decisions to purchase. And obviously countries like Uganda are grappling with this now because the value chain is starting to put in place requirements. So I think we will get there. I think that the review process now that will be embarked upon will reach a conclusion, and thereafter we'll be able to, I think, liaise with the agricultural sector and start to discuss potential alternatives and move then towards ultimately removing HHPs from usage in South Africa. And certainly if they are there, they'd be under very limited circumstances and very, very strict compliance as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. I want to take the hands from colleagues here. Just to say that, Minister, the civil society has been advocating for regenerative and organic agriculture for years now, and they complain that they are not heard by anybody. Nobody's engaging in the department, and so the DG Minister and Deputy Minister, that's the call that we are making. That probably you begin. My worry was that Dr. Mazunga was saying you started picking up these challenges around 2009 and 2010. And I was looking at the time until now that we wake up when people are dying. Honorable Trollip, Honorable Madlala, do you want to come in now? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank
Honourable
you.
Trolley.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure whether I can ask a couple of questions on the previous section where the Minister briefed us on OBP and on this matter.
Please.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take all the questions from where the Minister started and with all the presentations before we go to Human Rights Commission. So go ahead.
Chair, I'm very, to the Minister, I'm very concerned at his feedback about having to go back to scratch with regards to the GMP process, and that there was a dispute and that the contractors had withdrawn all scoping documentation, etc. And that from now on there will be a better focus on retention of intellectual property. My question is, why was that not done in the first place, and what are the cost implications of having to go back to scratch? Because it just appears that that was a careless issue, because it's not new science. It should have been done previously, and if it wasn't, why wasn't it? And then just with regard to this presentation on the HHPs, there is a slight contradiction. Maybe it's a typing error, but I just need clarity, because it says in the presentation that HHPs will be banned by June 2025. And then it refers to a restricted sale of extremely hazardous pesticides. But at the conclusion of the program, it says HHPs will be phased out until 2030, by 2035. That's a 10-year difference.
Yes.
If there's a ban on the sale and use of HHPs, why are we still talking about 2035? And then I'm really concerned about the issue of contravention notices being issued to manufacturers, because the presentation says that when the raids were carried out, they couldn't ascertain or trace where this product was coming from. So if you couldn't trace where the product was coming from, how did you get to issue contravention notices to manufacturers and distributors? And as the Minister said, Turbifos is very good at what it does. And I would like to add that it's very good at what it's registered to do. But it's also very good at doing things that it's not registered for. And that's why it's used in the black market. Good for killing dogs that are killing livestock. Good for killing vermin. Good for killing vermin in agricultural, extensive agricultural conditions, but also vermin in unhygienic food trading places, killing cockroaches, rats, and etc. So there is unlicensed or unauthorized and unlawful use of this product right across the country by all sectors, wittingly and unwittingly. And one of the great problems is that it's not centered. And we had an incident last week in Nelson Mandela Bay where a child died while going through people's refuse, domestic refuse, and drank a product that killed him. And some of these products are not scented. If you open a bottle of, let's say, turpentine, and it looks like cool drink, you can smell it. It's got a very offensive smell. But Turbifos and some of these other products have no scent. That's why they're so effective at killing off the license or registered charts. So I'm concerned that we've issued contravention notices, but we say we don't know where these products are coming from, and we're not talking about outlawing the use immediately of unlicensed or unauthorized use. And I understand and accept that the incidents of death have triggered the measures to ban Aldicarb and Turbifos, but why do we have to wait 10 years? Those are my questions around the contradictions in the report and also some of the observations I've just made. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Madlala, you'll be followed by Honourable Tam.
Thanks, Chair. Kibingelele. Unyari umoshukala. No, Chair, I'm worried about this type of us. I think if Minister can try and find that alternative for this thing, because it's a matter of urgent, this thing. It's take lives for our people. So we can't wait for long. if Minister can try as it emerges from yesterday, because we are worried seriously.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question would be, in those areas like in Europe, in the EU, where they are banned, what are they using? Honorable Mkotama.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick interventions. Minister, in the last meeting, when you reported on the deaths, there was an agreement that you will discuss the possibility of some kind of reparations in the interministerial meeting that you will be attending. So I'm just raising a question about whether that matter was raised there, and if so, what was the response of that forum. It is important that the state take responsibility because it is responsible for ensuring the safety of citizens. But also, Chair, we have a bigger responsibility as this committee to make sure that our people are safe. And it worries me that we know what kills our children. Of course, there's still investigation about exactly how this happens. But we're talking about 2036 by when these harmful products may be banned. It doesn't suggest to me that we're taking seriously enough the lives of our people which are getting lost by this substance being part of the system of our agricultural system. The bad is clearly outweighing the good that this product is reported to have. We must take very firm decisions, as this committee at least as a start, that this product must be banned immediately, and we find alternatives, because if we don't, then we are also helping in the process of endangering the lives of our people. We know this thing kills, so why are we still allowing its use? It seems to me that it will be only because we consider profits to be more important than lives. That is why we would allow this product to be still in the agricultural system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Okamp and Honorable Smith, did you raise your hand? Okay. And then Onderstepoort.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for being here. Minister, a few questions on OBP. You spoke about the freeze dryer. Do we have a date? Maybe I missed that, when the freeze dryer that has now been delivered will be fully functional and in production. Then on the good manufacturing process, you said that a principal agent must be appointed as quickly as possible. Do we have a time frame for that as well? And when can we get when do you think will the budget that will be required for this be available in order for you to then approach Treasury? And I obviously assume that it was not, you were not able to approach Treasury at this stage because you do not have any fixed amounts that would be required. But we would like to just maybe get some clarity on the amounts available within OBP from the leftover money of the project that has not been used up to now. How much is that, and how far are we away from the 2 billion that OBP said that they will require? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Okamp. Nkosi.
Thank you, Chair. I think one has been touched by the expression that have been made with regards to these pesticides. If one may make an appeal to the Minister, I think it will be important for the Ministry to liaise with other ministers so that they could maybe try and get rid of this from the streets. I understand, as Honorable Trulp was just saying, this has been used by vendors on the streets, which results in some stage that we find people poisoning each other through this. So my concern is just around the chairperson. But if I may go further to another angle that I've been realizing on the issue of these weed eradication sprays, the effect that they have on the farm workers, where to find farm workers spraying these chemicals without having protection on their noses and faces. Maybe if the department could as well liaise with the relevant department to make sure that maybe the inspectors do visit the farmers or the farms so that they could maybe try and advise the importance of bringing protective equipment for the employees that they happen to use these with eradication chemicals as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nkosi. I'll go back to you, Minister, and the team.
Thank you very, very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members of the committee for their questions. Yeah, I'm equally concerned as the Honourable Trollop is about having to go back to scratch. I wasn't around when the original agreement was entered into and the original process, so there's not much I can do about that, but I would agree. I think it was careless not to have a staged approach and not to secure intellectual property of plans that one had paid for. But this is the subject of an ongoing legal dispute between the department and the principal agents and contractors, and there's not much that we can do about it in the interim other than get cracking now with a new process. And on my watch now, I've now implemented a process where I've said there needs to be a staged approach, and what we paid for up until that stage remains the property then of the OBP, so that we don't end up in a situation if there's future litigation where we have to go back to square one again. It's absolutely not an ideal situation. I don't think that, and I'm sure committee would agree with me, there's many things that have happened at OBP that are not ideal. But our job now is to get out there and fix them and make sure that we don't make the same mistakes again, and that we ensure that there's accountability and monitoring so that we are able to prevent those things taking place. I'll leave Dr. Mzunga to deal with the HHPs and the contravention notices, but I would say that the banning of LD carb was done in 2016, and it followed a similar process to the one in which is now being proposed for turbifos, and that there will be a review process. The review process will then come up with recommendations, and those will then be shared with the agricultural sector, and we need to move them along with them. Even in Europe, when turbifos was banned, my understanding, having looked at that process, it wasn't a decision made by the European Parliament overnight. It was a subject of a review, a subject of an extensive period where the agricultural sector was able to adapt to new use products. And I think that's what we have to work towards here in South Africa. Again, I must stress that a overnight just ban will lead to two things. One, it will lead to crop failure, because if we don't have an alternative to offer our practitioners in the agricultural sector, they're going to end up with crop failures because they won't be able to deal effectively with the pests that turbifos is so effective at doing. And secondly, I think you will promote illegal use because people will be so desperate to retain the yield on their property that they will seek unlawful forms of turbifos. So I think bringing the agricultural sector with us towards eradication of the use of turbifos and other HHPs is the more responsible way to go. Honourable Madlala, thanks. Yes, we need an alternative. We'll obviously look at what Europe and other countries are using in the replacement, and to have a look at that as an option. And I agree with you, it is urgent. I mean, 2035 is the backstop. It doesn't mean we can't do things between now and then. And many other of the agricultural products, like LD carb and others that have been found during the review process to be harmful and unsuitable, have been phased out. And we will obviously continue to do this for every single agricultural remedy as well. It must be subject to review, and particularly as these new technologies come up. I did raise the issue, Honourable Nkutama, with the legal advisor, and the issue around that was who must pay the reparation. Must it be the municipality that failed to have the health inspectors to be visiting spaza shops and removing them? Should it be the Department of Agriculture? Should it be the national government? There's, when we look at reparations, we've got to try and find out who will pay that, and they said they would come back to me with some views and opinions in that regard. But the reality is that, and again, it comes back to Honourable Trollope's point, this is a registered remedy. It is available to be used by licensed users. Much like firearms are licensed and restricted to people who have license, we still have people who are killed through the use of firearms in the country. And I mean, I think that you would not be able to sue the state just because you happen to be, killed with a firearm that should have been licensed and should have been properly kept, but through somebody else's criminal activity or negligence was not. That being said, I think that we should be looking at support for those families, and it is something that has been raised within the IMC. I think we're due to have a follow-up meeting during the course of this month, and we'll obviously get feedback on this. On OBP, Honourable Member, September 2025 was the date set for that to be online and operational. The costing of it is impossible, as they pointed out to me, until the principal agent had actually been able to give them some guidance. So that they needed an accurate determination of the cost of finalizing the project. Cannot be made because that principal agent needs to be appointed to be able to do the scoping of that. Once we have that, it will then make it easier for us to look at how we access budget and how we would proceed to go through the process of actually getting this thing up and running now, which myself and the department are absolutely determined to do, given the importance that OBP offers for not only agriculture remedies in South Africa and animal and other health in South Africa, but also both in the SAHRC region and continentally. And so we would need to look very, very carefully at that. And I would agree with the Honourable Nkosi Trebakulu around the urgency here. We need to move quickly, and the review process will do it. It will move as quickly as we can, given the constraints that what you don't want to do is cause a sudden shock in the agricultural sector, and that we give people time to move on onto better products. And I come back to the point again, there's broad international pressure now, both continentally and internationally, for us to be moving towards more regenerative agricultural practices and practices that actually protect and entrench soil health for the long-term agricultural benefits of your particular country. And this was the subject of huge discussion at these various forums. But again, I come back to the point, we have to provide a mechanism to bridge, particularly those who are not big commercial farmers, but who need to move on to these practices, but need assistance to be able to do so. And part of the discussions within the GFFA, as well as at CADAP, was around how we build these mechanisms to allow farmers to move towards more regenerative practices, because there will be a drop of yield in the short term, and that will affect productivity, and it will affect production. And so it has to be properly planned and properly phased, otherwise you will end up with a rejection of it, and which was what you don't want. You want to be able to incentivize farmers and those in the agri-space to move towards these more regenerative practices. We have to make the case to them about why it is actually in their long-term benefit. Yes, you may be getting short-term benefit out of chucking nitrates and all sorts of pesticides onto your crops, but the long-term soil health for that farm to remain viable as an agricultural farm going forward depends actually intrinsically on the health of that soil and how you protect and promote it. I'll hand now to Dr. For the more technical response on the monitoring and I think the issue around the contravention notices. Thanks.
Yeah, Minister, thank you very much. Just before Dr. Matsunga, Deputy Minister had raised her hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Minister. Good afternoon to all honorable members of this portfolio committee from their various organizations. It is indeed very much good to sometimes have an opportunity like this, Chair. I must start by agreeing with all those who think the methodology we want to use will be too much delaying while there's a threat of this type of poison, which is man-made, continuing to silently kill our people. However, I would also urge that this is one front that has occurred, but there are many health hazards that are out there because the issue of regulation and control is very broad in terms of what we buy, what we use. But the issue is that there's a producer, someone who uses this as a business and provide this type of a chemical that kills these animals or insects or whatever that are dangerous to our crops. However, the problem is whether they are going to be punished, how, and so on. The fact is the control, because definitely some don't come from the right door in South Africa. They are smuggled in, and they land in the hands of those who are not the actually official producer and sellers of this. I say this because in tables, but luckily we say in tables, deeper than that, we know who is in the dark market, who sells something that kills cockroaches, and it is thrown in drawers in kitchen, and where there's our food. And then no one actually knows what effect or slow poisoning it does when it actually comes in touch with our food utensils. The second one is also those ones, especially for flies, where you just put it a little bit there, and it is in open air, but it quickly kills the flies. However, we don't know what it further does, which means I'm trying to make this program, this project, a very big one, because we have to be decisive on we don't want any poisons to be in the hands that are not trained. Some people get it from industries, big industries that kill rats, that also deal with the issues of flies. But the employees, they also take a little to go and utilize. So we don't know who, because when we talk about this one, this very one, we eat food that is not healthy food, and also sometimes poisonous because it has now expired. All these come from through our borders and not from the front door. So it takes time when something has happened to know that this food was expired and so on. My request is that it is indeed across interministerial, as you say, Chair, because health inspectors where should be they? The health inspectors that should inspect those who are in business of selling food. But I think this one is a weak one. It might be, Tina, we're supposed to be having our own environmental inspectors, because it's an environment where you find this. But the department has a duty to have health inspectors in order for them to tell us that our handling of food is not in the right space. So I think I agree with the fact that more conversation, but quick one, is required, so that maybe we will come up, Minister, with the timelines that this will be done this time. I'm not trying to elongate the period, but I'm also avoiding to immediately stop, because this is a stakeholder. The stakeholder is that of farms and their representatives, that we immediately engage them to say they must also come forward. And I've seen it in the reports for today that such action is in place. That Tina, we want as government to stop this. What offer do you have? And what alternative medicine are you believing that you will be putting in place meanwhile? But in total, it means we really need the way of taking care of our agriculture. All of us support the processes that protect our products. Because this one, indeed, I'm honest with this, others kill directly using, whether it's a dipping tank, that matter. So what is in the hands of us as people is also dangerous to some of us, which means then ordinary citizens, there must be a direct communication. Like we buy a slot, we continue stating that don't kill by this way and this way. In any way you use it. And so for now, up until we have had 1 or 2 days to say, how do we as South Africans deal with what was banned to other countries? Because we know that we have to consult. I think we have been seized with that for some time. And lastly, if you agree with me, Chair, I will request to say something about these employees which we are supposed to take to the Department Director General. Because I think agriculture has been reported to be declining. And there are specific reasons why agriculture is actually downtrending. It's because of the long acknowledged potential problem of the climate change. And if you just take KwaZulu-Natal, it was storms, terrestrial rain first, then thunderstorms followed. Same animals exposed. Lastly, it was the snow in the same communities and wildfire. So it was directly ensuring that farmers don't survive. At the same time, there was long time when we were having land care and all those in trying to talk and prevent what climate change would do if it comes. But it came while we had not actually mastered how to respond to its damages, etc. Now, my issue is, I don't think it's helpful when we need very skilled people, DG, very skilled people to face and support our farmers. When we say we must take people who have not been placed in farms during their education time, and we directly place them where they will also lack support and orientation approaching the work of an extension officer. Extension, we have agreed and to actually professionalize agriculture. As we do that, we must bring people who are actually professionals in the field. But if you take a doctor to a rural hospital where there's no other doctor, a doctor that has been trained, and then the doctor is placed, who will orientate this doctor in this hospital if there's none? I think we agree that we have been given that task to work around it, but I don't think it will replace the space of an extension officer, a professional and a registered professional with Agricultural Council. I don't know whether they will be linked with sitters or whatever, because even a 5-year that you went through DG or 10-year in your studies, but you still needed that opportunity to be placed and understand the farmer. I'm skeptical about the arrangement of taking non-professionals and say they must go and teach. Or you must say they must be nurses and inject patients. I think this one needed a debate, but I know that those people who are there are not negotiable, and they believe in law, and law agrees with the one who is eloquent in that matter. Not that they are right all the time. Justice is given because you actually couldn't match you in what you want. This one is the silent danger to our own communities. Thank you very much, Chair. And on the issue of us having an opportunity, all of us to go to all communication and communicate this potential damage and hazard of this particular agent that we use, and we believe in it as much as possible. And if you say to our own people, take a spoon, they tend to say maybe 2, because I want it to be effective. And it becomes more, and yayazi lento yeyeza. Uthi nikwithi spoon uthi no. Man faki icephe man for uba ibe quick action. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Dogotel, just before you come in, DG, I had a question. I forgot to ask this question on the splitting of the department. What informed the part that agriculture had to suffer? I see that in the numbers, it's either 60-40 and 65 or 45, it's agriculture. Why do we get to be on the slope side as the Department of Agriculture? Is it the responsibilities that are in the land versus what we do this side? I was wondering what informed that, because I think that we're going to start on a very difficult footing. I needed to ask that. Yeah, and the fact that we hope, as the Minister was saying, that the budget will assist us. I'm just worried if we start from the weak point as to would the Minister of Finance be able to cover the financial burdens that you are going to need, that we're going to need as a department. Honorable Trollip.
Chair, just to follow up, thank you, if I may. I understand what the Minister said about the OBP and GMP, and that the decisions were made before his time, and that we just have to fix it. I get that. But before the minister and the deputy minister were, the minister and deputy minister in this department, the officials of the department were here. They were the people drawing up the contracts. The legal advisors of the department looked at the contracts. I want to know what the consequences are of those people that didn't do their jobs properly, that allowed the intellectual property to disappear and cost us money and cost the taxpayers money for zero return. So if there's no consequence for that kind of decision making between one minister and the next, then surely the people who do not leave after every election and are replaced by others, there must be consequences in the department. So I'm very curious to know what steps have been done to hold those to account for that carelessness. And yes, the minister says steps are being made now to make sure it doesn't happen again. But we as a committee need to understand how these lapses occur without any consequences. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Trowley, thank you very much. I think that's a question that we asked, we asked several times, and OPP said something that I would say after Nkosi Cebekulu.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a follow-up on what the Deputy Minister just been saying with regards to education of the farmers, who actually should take responsibility of assisting in educating farmers when they go and buy from the cooperatives those chemicals for use. On whose shoulders should that be, Minister?
Yeah, I think coupled to that, Doctor, in your presentation you said that you have started a process of, what is the right word that you used? I'm just looking at my notes here. That you have started teaching the communities, or you used awareness to communities. I wanted to ask as to what kind of an awareness have you started? Is it yielding results? But Minister, the last thing is the Department of Education. In your discussion in the interministerial meetings, what is the department saying in relation to the use of pesticides by the spaza shops around the schools and the people who are selling food outside the schools? You know, in the presentation that we took last week by Dr. Ilse Kosten, she spoke about, you know, food security and many other things, and I think she opened my eyes. I was asking myself since then, what is the Department of Education doing? Look, I come from a community in Xhosa they say Ezilalini, Honorable Trolip. I come from a village. Where I come from, they are mothers whom we call vendors that are selling food outside the schools. They are allowed to go there and sit there and sell these chips that are colorful, that I can't eat, I can't understand. And I see that most of the danger came from that. And why is the Department of Education, maybe we as a committee, we may need to see the Portfolio Committee on Education. Why is the Department of Education not regulating the food that is sold at the gates of the schools? And then I know the other side of the community. If you go to the private schools and you go to public schools, some public schools that are able to manage, they have tuck shops. I don't know how to call these schools, whether it's, they used to call them whatever I see, models and the like. They they have tuck shops. In those tuck shops, they don't sell those chips. They have a person who is appointed to run the tuck shop, and they make them to make sure that the food that is sold in that tuck shop is good, is not expired and whatever, and they take responsibility of anything. I know of a school where even when there is sports, you don't get anybody selling from outside. All of us, even a lollipop, we go and buy at a tuck shop. Now, that's regulated, so you know where you got your food, where your child has eaten. I know one of the schools, they had a lady who was working there who began to sell these chips behind the scenes, and she was fired for having done that. Now, why? The question is, Minister, have you, interacted with the Minister of Education? Why are they still continuing to allow people that are not regulated to sell all the food that is not healthy? Why are they not selling an apple? Why are they not selling a banana, as the professor would have said last time in our meeting, but they sell these things? I know it's not your responsibility, and I know that we also have a responsibility to interact with the Portfolio Committee on Education, but I just need to know if you ever had a discussion with the Minister of Education, and what are they trying to do, because it cannot be us and yourself in the Department of Agriculture trying to fight in the manner in which you are trying your best, and we still have the Department of Education or any other education, which is health and others, allowing the situation to exacerbate. Deputy Minister, did you want to respond to that?
We have a cluster of social services where we actually refer our matters to the chair in a meeting, and therefore issues that are not appearing in whether in health, because I think health should be more involved in this, because they also have a health promotion responsibility for our communities. But we raise this matter, in which case I think if the office of the minister has actually, but in actual fact, we are one department. What we were saying we are going to do is a matter that it will be in a form of reporting, go to the cluster. So the cluster arrangement is very actually compulsory, my chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I'm sorry, I'm standing because I'm trying to stretch. Minister, would you like to come in before the doctor, or allow the doctor and then you can close?
I think allow the doctor to deal with the previous questions.
Yes, because
And I'll
Honorable
just-
Tolip also asked the
Great.
dates that are not correlating in June 2025 and 2020 something. And then the other issues that members raised, Dr.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to clarify the issue of HHPs. So, Tebifos is one of the HHPs that are allowed in this country, and that are, by the way, still allowed other HHP in other countries. So it's just one. What we have done is that amongst the HHP, we have got two categories. One category is the one where we have set up what is called a cutoff point. In other words, that which we no longer allow in the country. So those that we no longer allow are those that affect fertility on both men and women, and those that affect the development of the unborn child. I don't know how to put it. Yeah. and those that cause cancer, and those that affect or cause mutation of your DNA. So those by 2025 this year, the country no longer allow the use of those products. That is one category. The other category of the HHPs are those that indeed have been red flagged at a global level to be an issue. So we do have got a platform as a regulator that we use. It's called Rotterdam Convention, that alert us of chemicals of concern at a global level. Those that, in terms of acute toxicity, like TB4s, they are very dangerous. Now, this country, for example, some of the HHP, like methyl bromide, fumigant, we cannot simply ban those, although they are very dangerous, simply because the countries that we export to require what is called phytosanitary requirements, that you need to use certain chemicals, although those chemicals are dangerous, but they will not allow you to export your fruits or your timber unless if they have been fumigated. So sometimes it's the issue of compliance with other countries' requirement. Now, when it comes to TB4s, because we have established principle upon which we will ban pesticides, which is if it comes to a point where the risk associated with them is not manageable. In other words, we continue to have increased poisoning incident in the country. It then requires us to review. And I must indicate here to the members that the issues that are being raised here are very serious, and the department, in line with its mandate of ensures that we protect the health of environmental health and the human health of this country, we will indeed proceed with the review to make sure that we can decide what needs to be done. As I've already indicated, the incidents that we have received have now triggered us to review. We just need to ensure that we do it in a manner that doesn't create problem, because this product is already in circulating. So even if you do a ban today, it will not actually address the issue. What we normally do with all the stakeholders is to bring them to attention of an issue. We agree on the phase-out period. Normally it's 2 years to get rid of the product. So we make sure that there is no product in the country. And that, as I've indicated, we will do quickly. Let me touch on the issue of the contraventions. In terms of the Act, we regulate the formal sector, which is the manufacturers of this product. So they are not complying with the framework that we have established. So these are the people that we will give notice that they are not complying, so that they can then comply. So the people that sell pesticides on the street, normally we will conduct raids, and then where possible, together with the SAPS, we can then refer the matter for police. But when it comes to the manufacturers, when they are not complying with the regulatory framework that are in place, we then give notice, even when, in this case, we have not established the source. So in other words, there will be a number of contraventions that they would have done, which we then bring them to their notices. Now, just to deal with the issue of 2025 and 2035. So the product that I've said, the risk we cannot manage, those that cause cancer or other complications. That is the date for the 2025. At the same time, South Africa have made commitment at a global level to phase out all HHPs where possible. Because even at a global level, at a United Nations level, there is a recognition that country cannot just ban pesticides. But where possible, this country have made commitment to phase out all HHPs, including the one that we are starting now by 2025. So in other words, there's going to be a gradual process from now until 2025, because we can't just ban. We then need to go through a process where we make sure that there are alternatives. But now, when there are incidents like the one that we are talking about, it then trigger immediate process, and therefore we do not have to wait until 2035. So that's the process that we followed. Now,
As you conclude?
yeah. Just on the issue of awareness, at the moment, our awareness together with the other government department, when we conduct raids in the street, of course, we will confiscate products, but at the same time, we conduct awareness so that they understand why are we taking their product, why these products are very dangerous, not to sell them to the public. But we have not structured awareness program like radio or other program in place at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I'll respond just to a few questions. I think the major one being the one that you had asked, Chair, around why is agriculture getting the short end of the stick?
Yes.
It's according to mandates. Each and every department has got mandates in terms of legislation that is on the table, and it is based on what we call a funded mandate. So those mandates have been funded. There's an act, it has got its own funding. So in line with the notion that funds will always follow function, the funding was done in that way. So there was no malicious intent. It's just the way that the legislative area has been coined going forward. The only area where there can be a level of contestation, if any, is around administration, where the split also was done in that way in terms of Program 1. Now, Honorable Trolip, there is a very interesting take, I think, that you have introduced around the OBP per se. And I understand that at some stage heads will roll in terms of the engagements, but I think the right heads have got to roll. In terms of Section 36 of the PFMA, each entity has got to have an accounting officer. And in this case, the department has its own accounting officer, and the OBP has got its own accounting officer. And in terms of Section 49, if I'm not mistaken, there's also an introduction of what we call an accounting authority, or the board in terms of the OBP, which oversees the work that each and every entity has got to undertake. And therefore, or maybe in terms of governance, those are the areas that we have got to outline. Where the department comes in is in terms of advice to the executive authority, in this case, the minister, who's responsible for oversight in terms of the issues. And therefore, at some stage, I think, in terms of the discussions that we have around public service, there's this very shadowy line that also presumes or assumes that the department would then be hands-on in terms of a particular area of work in terms of an entity. And I would say in our line, it's not like that. We rarely give proper advice in terms of the engagements, but all the responsibilities and accountability is with the board. It's with the CEO who's in that space. We can only do advices, whether taken or not taken is the responsibility in terms of that line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. I think I wanted to respond to that, to, Honorable Trolip, to assist you when I said I was going to talk about it after Nkosi Cebekulu, and I think I missed it there. When we had discussions, colleagues, Honorable Trolip, twice when the OBP was here, we kept on asking them as to why was no consequence management. And we were then told that the CEO had resigned without having taken a responsibility. You would remember that. And then we even went to an extent of asking, is it possible to get a person who, after they have done something wrong and they leave the system, can we still get them to make them pay? I think we went to that discussion, and the DG responded around those matters. And then again, just as the DG is saying, we were also told that the board that is here now was new. When we came in last year, the board had just been appointed in November 2023. And therefore, all the board members who were there during the situation of OBP and the GMP, there was not a single person. And lastly, Honorable Trollope, you remember that the CEO, the CFO who was there, actually left the entity a day before we went there for an oversight visit. So I wanted to just remind you of that, that we tried, and we realized that there was nobody to take a responsibility, but we even went to an extent of asking, can't these responsibilities follow them, or these liabilities follow them? And legally we were explained and told how difficult it may have been. It may be, you know, but we said something like that must happen. We must find a law that allows that we can get a person even if they leave. You would know, Honorable Trollope and members, that in instances of an official who leaves, the possibility of being appointed in another entity as a CEO is there, because nobody from this side would write a letter to inform the others. I mean, even in the municipalities, I've seen it in the administration. You find a CFO who would have done 1, 2, 3 in municipality A, but they will still advertise in municipality C, and they would apply and they'd be appointed. You know, so that's the weakness that we have within the system that we have to address. Minister, I want to get back to you. The DG spoke about the AAPs at the point when he was giving us a brief on the splitting of the department. I am worried about time because we had said to the Human Rights Commission they would present at 11. And now it's at 12. I wanted to check if there is any other a update on the AAPs, except that the DG alluded to it and said that they would actually, during the budget processes, try and look if they can be covered in the, if there is still something else that you can add, Minister, or your team would like to add without a presentation.
Yeah, firstly, let me just say that, I mean, I have great sympathy for these young men and women who are part of the 65% of young people in South Africa who don't have work. And we have to try and find ways to grow the economy and create jobs so we can get more people into work. The reality is that what happened in this instance, and it's a sorry tale, is that a check was written by a former finance minister at a SONA, and when it came time to cash the check, it was handed over to the Department of Agriculture. And we just simply don't have the budget. So the reality is, if we were to hire 10,000 AAPs, it would leave not a cent over for us to do anything else in farmer production, blended financing, CAS programs, etc. But what we have committed to doing is looking to see what we can do, what is in the realm of the possible for us to do, given our current budget constraints. But I want to be very clear and upfront, because I don't want anyone to be under any illusion that after this budget process we're going to have 10,000 AAPs. It is simply not possible, because then we might as well not be called the Department of Agriculture, we'll be called the Department of AAPs, because we'll be left with nothing else to do once that budget split has happened. But we are committed to trying to find ways in which we can accommodate as many as possible. And obviously this will, Chairperson, be only able to report back to you once the budget process is finalized, and perhaps there may even be some assistance the committee can give us during the course of the budget to try and convince the Minister of Finance to make agriculture the priority that it deserves. Moving on just to the pesticides, I think the doctors covered it. I would just make this point. This is not a new phenomenon. In researching and preparing for responses on this to both media and the others, I did some extensive work through the parliamentary archives, and in 1984, Honourable Member N.A. Wood asked the then Minister of Agriculture how many people had died as a result of agricultural products, pesticides, etc. The answer was 184 in that year. So this is not a new phenomenon, but it is one which we have to now mitigate against. And as I've said, I think the department has got a very clear process in line with international best practice about how we move towards achieving that. Just in conclusion to the Honourable Trollip, let me be very clear. I'm very exercised by what has gone on at OBP, and I do intend to make sure that people are held accountable. It was for that very reason that I requested a meeting with the SIU in the first few months of me being appointed to understand from them what was going on at OBP. When I discovered that there was no investigation, it gave me an opportunity to interrogate them. They indicated to me that even though people may no longer be in the employment of OBP, there are possibilities, if the documentation is there and the evidence is there, for us to pursue civil recoveries and a variety of other methods. They indicated that some people who are, have government pension funds, and that could become vulnerable then to recoveries of this. So subsequent to that, as I said when I presented originally on my report back, the OBP have now held a meeting on the 9th of October 2024 with the SIU. The SIU has indicated in what type of documentation they require. OBP have committed to getting that final report to me. It was due on the 31st of January. I don't know if it's been sent to the department yet, but they committed that the final report will be tabled with me on the 31st of January. On that basis, and on that report, we will obviously look at how we can start the process of then trying to get a presidential proclamation and to try and get the SIU involved in the work that they should have been exercised with the last couple of years in terms of holding those people accountable. So I want to give the assurance that we're doing our very best to make sure that those who are held accountable must be held accountable. But then again, we must make sure that we place the burden of that where it belongs, and don't start giving the spectators red cards in this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister and Doctor. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister and the DG. Let me just read you the message that I got, the one-sentence message that I got, Minister. Hi, ma'am. Please, oh God, return our jobs to AAPs. This is the message that got in there. Knowing that we're meeting today, so we get this kind of messages. Honorable Mqitama.
Thanks, Minister, for that update. But we are sitting with a real problem. Now you mentioned about 10,000 of these agricultural assistants who had been engaged and then dropped by our government. Minister, I do think we need to find the extraordinary mechanism to assist these young people. I know that the President runs a youth employment program. It might be important to also just check if they cannot be absorbed in that program, because the President claims that this is committed to young people being employed. And these particular young people are providing a service that we know is needed. It will be irresponsible of us to let them basically go without being engaged. So I am appealing, Chair, that we do find extraordinary mechanisms to assist these young people. It would be highly irresponsible of us to do nothing or to do the minimum. And the Minister says they might absorb some and leave others out. A commitment was made to these young people. They were engaged by this government, and now they're being left to rot in the streets or at home when they can provide a very critical service and they are trained. We took them to university colleges. They are educated for this purpose. And so I am appealing, Minister, that we find that money and assist these young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mitama. Deputy Minister.
Thank you for taking my name because there's something I want to clarify. That there is no whatever move.
Deputy Minister, may you please press?
This rally voice, sorry about that.
We also need to record.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I really want to assure the honorable member that there is nothing that we ever tried. When we were dealing, it took us a very long time. But what I remember was a night-long meeting, engaging with the former minister, the DG, and all those affected students when this crisis occurred. They refused any attempt, because even if you are a doctor, we place you and assist you if you studied outside, so that you can be orientated on your local arrangement. Even if you are a doctor in agriculture coming from another country, you must be placed and be reorientated. If Chair allows me, I can say, recently we were in Northwest. The minister was supposed to be there. He asked me, because he was out of the country, to hand over an amount of about 60 heifers in calf in Northwest, because that young person had gone through a TVET college, then understood that he wanted to be a farmer and a professional farmer. He was placed by the province of Northwest through its funds to the Northwest University to study animal health. He was assisted by a stipend I'm not going to mention because I might confuse things. And then after that, he was placed on business in order to actually make that business. He's a very young man, but now he had qualified for 100 heifers in calf over a period from the department. It was a great pleasure to be involved in that process, understanding that there was also NARISEC, there was also many placements that we do. And also, we put you to a college that actually gives you the right information, because all the time we need the right driver in the right seat. So we are not at all opposed, but now what they want is that they were once employed, and all what they want is to be given back so that they can do any job, even if they are not orientated in it, because they were once appointed. So that's what I'm making a plea, that there can't be bad blood between us and our children. However, we wanted them to grow. But the issue of finances is the matter then that will continue to be discussed, and is what we will do about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister?
Thanks very much, and thanks to Honourable Ingetama for making the point. And I think he makes a good point. But just to give him the assurance that certainly at the Cabinet Lekgotla that we had, we received a presentation on a consolidation of all public jobs around, and all the programs, to try and look at how we can harmonise the impact. That currently you've got Public Works doing something, you've got Department of Agriculture doing something, you've got a variety of the other departments that are all doing things. And the Minister of Labour has now indicated that she wants to try and consolidate our approach there, and perhaps there may be some room in that process to have a look at it, but we will certainly take it up. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Honourable Veli, do you want to speak? Okay. Thank you very much, Minister and Deputy Minister, DG and the team. We appreciate the responses that, and the presentations first from the Minister, the update on all the issues that we had requested. We really appreciate the fact that you made time to come and give us those the reports. It helps us also to be able to understand and know where you are as you continue doing your work, so that the support that you need from us is availed from time to time. The unfortunate part is the situation on the AAPs, which indeed there's nothing we can do now. All we can do is to request you to go and try even harder and see what you can do. And I think I heard what the DG said in relation to the budgets, the budgetary process with the Minister of Finance. We hope that something could come. It's just that there are a huge number of young people who are actually not working, which is a very sad state. However, we thank you very much for all the briefings, including on the OBP, because it has been a worry on us since we went there. And we appreciate the fact that you're doing your best, Minister and the team in the department, the Deputy Minister, to make sure that OBP again comes to its proper way of working. We will continue to monitor what they do with their reports that we're going to request in the next meetings. In the meantime, we appreciate that you are doing your best. I don't know, Minister, whether you would like us to release you now, or you would like to wait until the Human Rights Commission present. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go to the Human Rights Commission to make a presentation, and I think I'm glad that you are going to make this presentation before the Minister and the Deputy Minister and the team, so that we can then link that which the department has presented through Dr. Now, Mutunga, and the one that you are going to present, because you have done the work in 2 provinces. Minister, the Human Rights Commission has done 2 studies in the Northern Cape and the Western Cape, and I'm sure you'll find it very interesting, the information that you're going to share with us. Is there somebody who's assisting? If you would like to take a stretch, just a 2-minute stretch, while they sort out the connections, so that then we can, just 2 minutes and then we come back. Oh, okay.
And then there is this one here.
After lunch? After lunch. Yes, after lunch check.
Okay.
No. Abakafiki. No. Animal law.
leads to long-term health complications. That is just one. And clearly, each and every single pesticide that is banned has its own side effects when used incorrectly, or when they're exposed to people that can't use those pesticides. Also highlighted today, I think we'll just reiterate this, that there are, Turboforce is banned in SAHRC, but in South Africa, we have not banned it. And it is what has been found in most of while the investigations are still happening, but based on the President's report, Minister of Health's report, it is one of the substances that were found to have caused some of these fatalities. So that is why it's a problem. We do have international pressure on the pesticides double standards, where they're condemning that the EU is banning pesticides, but they are exporting these pesticides to other countries. So internationally, it is aware that what is happening in the space. I will then just skip onto the topic of environmental racism and its legacy in South Africa. So environmental racism, if I look at the historical context, in pre-1994, environmental risks were deliberately distributed to target low-income and racially marginalized groups. The current situation is that, yes, the government is trying to address this legacy, but to severely assist those that have been disadvantaged in pre-1994 and now. But reality is that when you look at our informal settlements, when you look at our farm areas, who is the majority people that are living there? It is those that were previously disadvantaged pre-1994. So there was, in August 2023, a visit by the UN Special Rapporteur, Dr. Marcus A. Aureliana, and he, after the visit, he wrote a report on his findings on toxics and human rights in his visit to South Africa. He also reiterated the issue of environmental racism, where you do find that because of persons that are living in informal settlements, there is no proper sanitation services. So lack of refuse removal, sewage spills, those are things that will obviously cause what? Rat infestations, cockroaches, and that will lead to our people doing what? Getting these poisonous substances in order to deal with the rat infestation and the pest infestations that they are dealing with. So we also need to look at how our government is dealing and assisting those that are in informal areas by giving them the services that are required. Give them proper refuse removal on time and when it's supposed to. If there's sewage spills, can we attend to the sewage spills in order for us to not have this pest infestation issue that leads to our people going to the lengths of using this pesticide that they feel is effective to deal with the infestation. So there was civil society that got together and they did a petition to ban pesticides in South Africa. This petition was then sent to the Minister of Agriculture in December last year. The civil society is South African People's Tribunal on Agrotoxins. So in the petition, they requested that the list of pesticides be banned in South Africa. They reiterated the dangers and the dire consequences of this not happening. And the petition was sent in December 2024. So we, as the Commission, we also eagerly waiting and looking to see regenerative agricultural practices, where you work with, nature rather than against it. So you promote practices that regenerate the soil, increase biodiversity, and enhance water cycles. So also community involvement. Local communities should be engaged in decision-making processes regarding pesticide use. So awareness and education is vital to our community members to know what they are using in their households and the dangers of having these pesticides in their households. Policy change, this can't be emphasized enough. A ban on these harmful pesticides is vital. Government must review pesticide regulations and promote the implementation of policies for protecting public health and environment. And then the global responsibility. So many regions have banned turbophos due to its extreme toxicity. South Africa remains one of the few countries where it still uses it. This not only poses a local risk, but also damages the country's international reputation and environmental protection. So, in conclusion, the Commission is saying that it's time for the South African government to take decisive action, implement a ban on turbophos, enforce strict food safety regulations, and invest in sustainable, safe farming alternatives. The health and future of our children, workers, and communities depend on this. We'll just close with a quote from Vandana Shiva, an Indian scholar and environmental activist, who states that pesticides are not just a threat to the environment, but to the very rights of farmers and communities to live freely and safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for our appreciation. Honorable members, you've had an opportunity to go through the report, and now the presentation has been made. I don't want us to combine the two presentations on Law project and this one. I want us to finalize this one so that when we take that presentation, it's a separate presentation. So I'm going to take hands who would like to engage with the report. Honorable Trolip, Honorable Nkutama. Thank you, Honorable Trolip.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the Human Rights Commission for their presentation. There are a couple of issues. One, the issue of water contamination by leaching of pesticides. That is a major problem for water safety and security. But mentioned also by the presenter is the fact that some of our greatest water contamination is from wastewater treatment, dysfunctional sewage plants, which exposes all of us and to the export market to E. coli and other serious illnesses. The issue around racial discrimination is an interesting one, and those commodities that export products have to comply with global gap, where there's legislated compliance issues around the application of pesticides and pesticide containers and storage, etc. So for the sector that exports, I think there is a lot of regulation around protecting workers. But for the domestic market, there is much less. And obviously, in the informal self-production, there are problems because the people just don't have the kind of exposure or regulations around application of pesticides. As the Deputy Minister said, the label says 10 mils per litre, you add 20 mils per litre to make it stronger, but it has contraindications. I'd just like to hear the Minister's position on the petition, because the petition is quite clear. Apparently there's a list of pesticides that are being requested to be banned, and the petition has been submitted to the Minister. I'm just curious to know what the legal prescripts are in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Trolip. Honorable Nkutama.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering if we can make a definitive determination about banning this particular, pesticide, because we know what it has done. I think that we're skating around the issue. There's no clear definitive determination that we can't wait for 2036. Civil society has written a petition, submitted to government, and we need to make a determination now that we as a committee support that call by civil society, and steps must be immediately taken to remove these killer pesticides from our system. I think we need that kind of clarity as a committee so that we make sure that our people are safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are you fine? I think that in the presentation, it does state categorically clear that we need to ban these HHPs. It is very clear there. And I wanted the minister to be here indeed because we were dealing with the issues earlier on, and that's why we encouraged a Human Rights Commission to be here also, so that they can also get the vision of the department and the work that the department is doing, especially on the regulatory part, and what do the department do, DG, in an instant where the presentation here by the commission says that, gives us a scientific outcome of what they have gotten, Minister, in the research, where they're talking about numbers and percentages of people who are affected by these pesticides, not on their own volition, but because the employer doesn't give them protective clothing, they do not have enough areas where they can clean themselves. They were using the pesticides for the employer, but the employer does not have a place for them to wash. They have to go home and wash and then start infecting everyone else at home, because we know these areas where our people stay in and where they wash, they still, get to infect other people in the family. So it's not about the person, the worker at the farm only. It also affects their families. Now, I want to check as to what does the department do, DG, on that? Do you have any, I know that you do have regulations in terms of the usage and the like, and that workers are supposed to be trained, but we have just received a presentation that says to the opposite. If those highly numbers are affecting women in particular, I have to be concerned sitting here as a woman. Because women are the bearers of this country. They bear children, they look after our children, they look after everybody else, and we expect them to get food from the soil that you spoke about, Minister, earlier on. If environmentally we degrade our soil, we degrade our biodiversity, it means we not only, if we affect the few women that are working in these farms, I can tell you that the people that are then affected by the infection of these women are many in the families, because these women come from families that have more than 5, 10 people in a household. So we are endangering a large number of people. Just to check as to what the department does in terms of making sure that farmers do use the pesticides properly, and that they do adhere into making sure that the workers are safe. Honorable Okamp, you fine? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. They are the questions. I didn't have a question for you. I only have a question for the department.
Can I go ahead, Honorable Chair?
Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Members. I'll start with the comment. I think it's a comment, Honorable Trollip, on the contamination of water sources. You are quite correct. The problem only exacerbates the issue of pesticides, particularly in farming communities, because the pesticides have to flow somewhere, and they flow into our water sources. Research is showing such. And the question really is, Honorable Chair, why do we still continue to use pesticides in South Africa? And I will speak to that when I speak to the question of Honorable Mqitama. But I did also just want to speak to the issue of legislated compliance. We were concerned, Honorable Chair, at the tone or part of the tone of the presenter last week, which seemed to defend capital, particularly agricultural capital. The discourse was that big industry is complying with legislation. It's only these small farmers who are not complying with legislation. Yes. And this is not true, and we want to dispel that notion. It's defensive and protective of big industry, and research is showing, as we have demonstrated through our presentation, that big industry is exposing farm workers, is exposing the environment to pesticides. The Western Cape, where we are in particular, extensive research has been done on the effect, to such extent that in many farms there are not even ablution or toilet facilities. So women have to relieve themselves in the fields, DM. And when they do that, they are then contaminated by these pesticides. They are suffering now with cancer, with neurological diseases. And the farm workers, because many of them are seasonal, are nowhere to be found because another body has been found to replace them, to exploit. And these are serious concerns, Honorable Trollip and Honorable Members. So the issue of legislated compliance might be true in the sense that the compliance in terms of the export market, but not compliant in terms of the human rights of the actual workers who are having to handle these pesticides. And this is our concern, and we look forward, Honorable Minister, DM and DG, to hear your own responses about what are the consequences for the farmers who are exposing farm workers to such conditions. The issue of environmental racism is historical, Honorable Trollip, Honorable Members, in as much as it is present with us today. When the issue of children dying of so-called foodborne illness last year, none of these children come from the upper middle classes or from suburbs. They come from poor communities. They are victims of history. They are victims of a history that said certain bodies have to be deprived of environmental health. The reason that the children have died mainly is not because they have eaten food that is expired. It is because they have come into contact with Tebifos. Some of them not through food. Some of them because the mother or the father has put this thing under the bed because they want to kill the rats. And children are very curious by nature. They want to touch. And after touching, then when they eat, they come into contact with Tebifos and they die. The minister is quite correct that this is not a new phenomenon. In fact, a study showed that between 2010 and 2019, 50% of the children who died in the Western Cape and who were suspected of dying of poison 50% of those children had died of Tebifos. This is 2010 to 2019. Why this becomes important to mention, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is because there is a sense we are getting from the state, not just from the Honorable Minister, with respect Minister, but also from his predecessors. When engaged on this issue, there seems to be a sense from the state that we don't have alternatives. But not only do we not have alternatives, we can't be expected to ban these pesticides overnight. And we are saying, as the Human Rights Commission, this is not a new matter. We have been living for decades with this issue. And by calling for a ban, we are not saying it's an overnight issue, but we are saying, what has the state been doing for decades? Not only that, you have your neighbors in the SADC region have banned this. One assumes that the argument of overnight banning was also an issue for them. They did their due diligence in terms of research. Not only our SADC neighbors, but also the EU and other global partners. The question then is, what has the state done over years? If we are hearing from the presentation of the department that they are going to start a review, what has the state done thus far in at least studying the trends as it pertains to other countries that have banned these pesticides? By now, we should at least have some sense of best practice examples from the continent, but also globally, so that it can guide us to expedite this matter. Which then brings me to the comment of Honorable Mqetama on that definitive determination about the banning of pesticides. We are very clear as the Human Rights Commission that South Africa has the capacity to immediately ban Tebifos, and any prolonged non-banning of Tebifos only supports big industry and the economy. The argument is that you are going to collapse the economy if you ban this thing immediately. And we are pleading with the Portfolio Committee to join us in advocating for the immediate ban of HHPs, particularly Tebifos, with the view that alternatives already exist. And we must take it as our responsibility, our immediate DM and Minister responsibility, to find the alternatives, to take advantage of those who have banned Tebifos. How have they done it? What alternatives are they using? And in what ways can we learn from them? And we cannot say that this is a process that's going to take us 10 years between now and 2035. This is something that, if there is political will, that is adequate and efficient, can be done immediately. And we are pleading with yourself, Minister, we are pleading with yourself, DM, and we are pleading with the Portfolio Committee for the sake of those who are mostly affected by this problem, but also for the sake of the history of environmental racism, because we agree that this affects a particular group of bodies, that this thing must end and we must ban the use of Tebifos and other HHPs in the country. I'll pause here, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the response and the plea that you have made. Indeed, that's the question that I had from the beginning, as to why would even smaller countries be able to ban these pesticides, especially that we know them from the department side, that they are highly hazardous and extremely dangerous. And we have seen historically, as Minister, you have just indicated. I said earlier on, the loss of one life is enough than 2 or 3. I mean, we cannot count people as numbers and say that only 5 died or only 100 died. I think if we have had that kind of a situation before, we have to be more careful. But the further questions that I have with the department is, you know, taking from what you just said, Commissioner, with the presentation of the engagement that we've had last week with Professor Kirsten. Professor Kirsten actually said something. You're right what you said about the small farmers, small-scale farmers, and the commercial farmers. And I think it helped us for having allowed you to come and make a presentation, because then it helps, I think it helps other members. It helped me to understand the level of the challenge we have. Look, you spoke about these pesticides being in families where children do not get infected from the food that they bought from the spaza shop, but from home, either because the mother came back having, you know, worked at the farm and they were spraying or whatever, and they come back and wash at home. It then reminds me of the interaction that we've had with Dr. Van Vieren, who said, Enox, that's Dr. Van Vieren, the one that was raised by Honorable Mqitama, who then said his worry, he understands the kind of infection with these pesticides, but he says his worry as a physician, as a doctor who has seen these patients coming in and out of the hospital, he says his worry is the amount of the poison in the blood of these young people. And therefore, he says something like, they couldn't have infected, but they couldn't have gotten that kind of an amount of poison from the chips or whatever that they bought from the spaza. You just explained that today for me, then I get it better that indeed it means it comes from somewhere else, because if a child could have gotten it from under the table or the bed or whatever. And the worst part, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the DG, is that personally, you know, in interacting with people, I have now found out that these dangerous and hazardous pesticides are found in many of these houses in the rural areas. The question is, how are we going to be able to take them back from these communities? So as I was interacting with people, someone says, you know, Chair, I didn't know that we also use it, you know, at home. I found it, I went home and I realized we have these things everywhere. And I asked, where did you get it? I got it from the neighbor, and the neighbor got it from the neighbor. So it's serious. We cannot take it very lightly, because one day we're going to wake up, the entire village will be gone. And we cannot wait until that time when numbers of people are going to be dying, because we know now that they are exposed environmentally, waterborne, and otherwise. We know that they are now. So we have to do something, Minister and Deputy Minister and DG. We will also engage as the portfolio committee, but we would like to hear something to the effect that is positive. Actually, Professor Kirsten also says that exports are much safer than locally consumed products, as exports are highly regulated to meet the standards of importing countries. Now, does that mean products that are produced for domestic consumption are not regulated, Minister, Deputy Minister, and DG? Does the department have the capacity to enforce regulations to ensure, or the capacity to enforce regulations, considering that Your presentation earlier by Dr. Muzunga, you said, you indicated that non-compliance by manufacturers and distributors of these hazardous pesticides. And you said some of them, I want to just say what you said. You said some of them, you actually have stopped them from selling or manufacturing because they do not follow regulations. Now, with that in mind, what does it tell us with the situation outside and compared to the presentation that has been made by Human Rights Commission here? And that those are questions that are going to the department. Please, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG.
Well, let me start, and then the DG can deal with the more technical aspects, and then the DM can come on with any supplementary. I was asked a direct question by the Honourable Trollope. Yes, I have received a petition. I received.
Sorry, Minister. I value Honourable Madlala if phone. Yeah, don't touch it when you.
I hope Pirates is winning.
Yeah.
I received many petitions every single day from a variety of aspects asking me to ban the sale of pork, to ban the sale of chickens, to stop live exports, etc. And when receiving those petitions, one has to look at them, but also wearing a hat as somebody who's responsible for a variety of other aspects of the portfolio, you have to balance those interests and make sure that when you make decisions, you're making them in the broader interest and the broader national interest rather than just a narrow interest. So those are weighed up then. And so we do have to weigh up these types of things with the other consequences that could occur. And what are those other consequences? Well, wearing my hat as the Minister of Agriculture, I'm also responsible for food security in the country. Food security means that citizens need to have access to basic access to good, nutritious food on a regular basis. And that is one of my core responsibilities. And so I can't, with a stroke of a pen, just ban something without understanding what the impact on the production the following year is going to be. Do we have a massive maize shortage again the next year? Do we have a massive citrus crop failure because there's no effective pesticide to prevent it from being damaged? Do we lose a huge amount of market share in Europe and in other parts of the world that sustain the jobs, that sustain the lives of ordinary citizens? And if you have a look at the report that I released last year, our food security situation in South Africa is very, very fragile. And it indicates very clearly where the problems lie. Now, the Human Rights Commission released a report last year that showed that almost a third of all child deaths are as a result of malnutrition. And so when I'm doing these things, I have to balance the right to food security on the one hand and the issues that are being raised here. And it's not an easy balancing act. And bear in mind that this is never an easy subject because we're talking about the death of children. And it is against the natural order for children to die before their parents. I'm a father of 3 young girls myself, so I understand the emotions that go into the situation when children are dying. And nobody wants to see that situation. But I also have a duty to balance the competing interests. So there was a call during this whole issue here saying, from some quarters, saying let's ban all spaza shops, just shut them down. Well, let me tell you, if COVID-19 taught this country anything, it's that without spaza shops in the bakkie trade, many people would have starved to death. Many more people would have died of hunger during COVID-19 than died of the virus itself. And the lack of access to nutritious food and access to food where people don't have the luxury of having a Woolworths or a Checkers on their doorstep where they could get to quickly, or a freezer where they could stuff with food, the impact on them would have been grave. So for every action, as they say in science, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And we must understand before we make these decisions what those equal and opposite reactions are, how we mitigate against those equal and opposite reactions and negative effects, and how we deal with it. And I think that we are doing that. We have now a review on turbifos, which I'm sure that everybody will be able to have input on. But it is important that we take stakeholders along with us as well in this. And there are a variety of stakeholders in this. And there's SAHRC, who represent a lot of the small farmers. There's Agri-SA, there's the a variety of these farmers' organizations, who, if you just announced a ban on turbifos the next day, it's going to negatively affect their ability to produce. And we need to balance these things. And that's the problem with government. That if it was easy to, at the first emotion, take a pen and say, well, we're going to sort this out. But we must understand that down the line there will be consequences. So the approach that I would prefer to have is that we move towards the review, that we start to understand how we mitigate against potential risks down the line to ensure that we don't impact on the economy of South Africa, which provides the jobs that our people need to survive, and we don't impact on food security, which is the food that people need to be able to survive, and we find ways to manage that. And so I do think there needs to be consultation with the committee's heard from the Human Rights Commission. I'm not sure if CropLife have ever been invited to present here. I see Unpoison have been consulted. Has CropLife been consulted? They have a view on the matter. And, as Minister, your job is to listen to these different points of view and then come up with what you believe is the most mature way to proceed with the decision. And it can't be based just on emotion. It's also going to be based on the rationality and reasonableness and what the effects could be down the line. And certainly that's how I treat petitions, and that's how I try and balance these situations, because I don't want to be before your committee in a year and a half's time, and now you're telling me, well, why has our maize crop failed so spectacularly? Why are we importing even more than we've ever done before? Why have the citrus industry had to lay off thousands of workers? And those are real life consequences if you make decisions without understanding what the consequences of them are. So I think I've been very clear from the beginning, and I would encourage the Human Rights Commission to get the transcripts of the speeches I delivered in Kampala, as well as Berlin, as well as the ones I did in Davos as well, where I speak very determinedly. They are available on the internet. If anyone wants to see them. Well, I said we've got to move very determinedly our agriculture systems towards more sustainable regenerative farming, precisely because the nitrates that we're putting in fertilizer is leaching into our waterways. The pesticides are causing longer-term damage and to both human health but also environmental health, and that we have to start moving determinedly towards that. But how do I go and tell a farmer who is barely making a living, growing crops and supplying them to a local market that, well, you can't use this pesticide anymore. I don't know what you can use in its place, but good luck to you for next year. And it's just, it's not a viable approach. And so I really would like to work with the Human Rights Commission, work with us on conducting the review of the things. We made the commitment, HHP's gone by 2035. I said to Honourable Mgitama earlier, if we can move those up forward, that's the backstop. Obviously, if there's ones that are causing damage, let's try and see how we could speed up those reviews. But it's also not like the department's been sitting on its hands doing nothing. I think Dr. Mazunga's presentation was clear. We've banned a whole lot of stuff already, and it's done on the balancing of harm versus good and intention versus consequence. And I think that when you make decisions that way, you end up. Am I married to turbifos? Absolutely not. We can ban it tomorrow if everybody wants to. That's fine. But I'm not going to be held responsible the next year when we have problems. Am I committed to making sure we phase out HHPs? Absolutely. And I've made that commitment on every public forum that I've been on. I've just said we've got to have a process to do it. On the other issues around ablution facilities and PPE, etc., apart from the random inspections that I'm sure are done to make sure that products are being used, stored, and applied properly, it's very difficult for the Department of Agriculture to step into that space because it is the domain of Minister Meth.
Yeah.
And I think Minister Meth needs to be engaged on this. I think we need to find out where these farms are, and Minister Meth needs to make sure that we are sending inspectors out there to go and deal with these situations, because I think we all agree none of us want to see farm workers having to use the fields. We want to make sure people have safe working environments, and that's why we have labor legislation and the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and workplace safety legislation. The department does have a number of legislative mechanisms at its disposal, including the Agricultural Products Act and various others, but I'm sure the DG is in a better place to explain those mechanisms that we use in order to make sure that food safety is there. So, Chair, I would say we hear the problem, we understand what the problem is, we're committed to addressing the problem, but I think there does need to be an understanding that it does need to be balanced against a variety of other things as well, and that's the responsible way to proceed in my view. However, if the committee wants to push ahead with the ban and to make the ban their thing, that's the committee's prerogative. But the reality is that these things, and even in Europe and other places, were the result of a process rather than an event, and I think that's what we need to make sure of. Thanks. DG, I don't know if you want to deal with the Agricultural Products Standards Act and those things.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members and Commissioner, in terms of the inputs that have been made. Now, I think the departure that we are having today, Honourable Chair, the premise might be very dangerous to start from. Because I also listened to Prof. Liz Kosten last week, and I've been exposed to the work that Prof. Kosten has done.
Okay.
In actual fact, one of the very few who started off in terms of having students who started off to check what's happening in the fresh produce markets and looking at the maximum residue levels that are there at that level. If it was said in terms of that context, Commissioner, that maybe the problem is at smallholder farmers, I don't think that it is correct. But I think that in terms of the very same studies that she did highlight this, and it's actually peer-reviewed articles that are there that shows that we might be having a problem in terms of how we deal with food safety in our country, Commissioner, in general. And I would also say that if you have got to look at food safety policy in our country, she was at the forefront in terms of looking at how food safety is outlined. And I'm not an advocate for Prof. Kosten, but I'm just stating the facts that are in front of us. Now, if we have got to look at the engagements around food safety, because I think the position where we have got the issues is at the level of Tebi Fjords. But I think the discussion needs to be escalated to a higher level. How do we deal with food safety in our country? And this Department of Agriculture has been at the forefront of saying we need to change the way that we deal with issues. We had presented to Parliament my recollection, having been chastised, is that I think it was in the 4th and 5th Parliament where we dealt with the issue around the food policy, the issue around the way that legislation is staggered amongst departments in government makes it very difficult for us to be coordinated in terms of food safety. And at some stage, we had even made a recommendation that, similar to what we have in the Border Management Agency, even before Border Management Agency came, that we needed to have a food safety authority that would deal with food safety issues in the country, and that would address the issues that Commissioner had highlighted, because in an environment where you have got a way of having a legislation that is fragmented, you also having a fragmented approach. From a departmental point of view, Chair, I think there are 3 levels in terms of how we deal with food safety. It's at international level. which then says that from the Codex Alimentarius, which deals with food safety, we have got standards that are there. We have got engagements in terms of the maximum residue levels that are allowed in terms of the chemicals that you are using. Now, being an agriculturist, there is a world engagement that we need to have, and it's open, and I think Minister has covered it. But I'd like to just indicate that there are various ways that you can deal with pest load anywhere, and it's accepted, either biological, mechanical, or if you fail with all of those, you have got what we call an integrated approach. And that integrated approach would say you recognize that each and every of the control measures that you have might not be adequate. And therefore, to say one is better than the other might be a very dangerous engagement to have. We need to have that scientific body of evidence that guides us in terms of the area that we get into. And at that international level, you have got the Codex Alimentarius that assists us. Coming back home, we have got legislation that deals with these particular aspects. I've already indicated that it's really staggered in departments. But within our own department, we have got various areas where we deal with food safety. One of those is what was presented by Ntate Muzonga and how we deal with the issues. It's true that each and every time there's something that happens in an environment, whether through the Rotterdam Convention, whether there is scientific evidence that's brought to the fore, that there is a response from the department to deal with the issues of food safety that have been raised in that particular aspect. And therefore, we would just like to indicate as the department that we duly respond. Now, in this response that we have, there's an element, Honorable Chair, that we need to also highlight, that in most instances, like Minister has indicated, you just have got to get the balance, but you also need to get the science in terms of that. Now, it would be, and I wouldn't want to sound to be a person who is insensitive, but at a great level, there's a level around how countries approach their own way of legislation. And banning a product in one territory might have other areas of intervention that you might have. It might be scientific, it might be economic, it might be food security issues, but it needs to be done in a proper way that would ensure that once that decision is taken, even government can streamline with it to say that the decision was there. And in this case in point, I would like to refer this August House to the issues that happened in Sri Lanka not so long ago, in terms of a decision that was taken by government, followed up, and famine followed thereafter. Now, there were very good points that were highlighted by the Commission, and we agree with them, Commissioner. Firstly, in terms of saying the labor laws have got to be looked at, which is something that we, from a departmental basis, would take through. The training that needs to be done, and also the provision of protective gear to the employees. There are various interventions that are being made in the industry to deal with that, but we can do more in terms of then advocacy and also enforcement. So those two going together. I think I'll leave it there at that particular level, Chairperson, appreciating the presentation and appreciating that maybe at some stage in terms of, I can see all of us refer to a body of evidence that if possible from an administrative point of view, if we can meet with the Commission so that we can ventilate some of the issues. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DG. Just the parting shot, I think we appreciate the responses that you are giving us. We're learning, and it's an eye-opener for all of us as we engage, and that is why it's very important that from time to time we engage. I remember that Professor Kosten on the other day, she did speak to the issues of food security. And so the only thing that's a problem here, DG and Minister and Deputy Minister, is that food security actually applies to the affluent communities. sitting here, and I did indicate earlier on where do I come from. South Africa is food secure at a national level, but the majority of the poor people or households are still food insecure in the country. So, as we deal with the issue of food security, we do need to also just look at that balance that the minister is talking about. That at the highest level, at national level, when we look at food security issue, no, the country is fine. So the report would be positive. But when you go down and look at the issues that we're talking about, who actually is food secure, you then realize that there is no balance. The kids, I mean, recently I've been visiting schools when they started reopening schools. There are kids who go to school with no food at all, who are expected to go there, learn, and come back. And indeed, we appreciate that government does give them, you know, food at schools. But what happens when they go home? They arrive at school hungry. They eat during that period when they are at school in the afternoon. They leave at 1. They go back home. So I'm just saying, while you're looking at this balance, please do not forget to deal with the issues of the community imbalances that we come from. And Minister, I do really understand, and DG, the Deputy Minister, I do understand that indeed we cannot wake up tomorrow and say we're banning these HHPs. But it's important that we give hope to the communities. And I know that it's not your responsibility alone. There are other ministries that should come in. But these pesticides are coming from us, from agriculture. So we have the bigger responsibility as we all sit here. We will engage also with the other departments, as I said, the pieces on education and labor, because now these issues that have been raised by the Human Rights Commission on protective clothing and the like. So I think this discussion, at least is taking us somewhere. We will not wake up. We also are very responsible, and we also want to support you, Minister, as you do your work and the department. We will not take decisions that are irresponsible. However, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we push on behalf of the people that we represent. Minister, I don't know whether you want to come back. Deputy Minister, did you want to come back? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair and the House, and also good afternoon to our guests, the Commission. My take would be we have multiple problems in our country which are exacerbated by our being not equal, and therefore our place is not the same. It is therefore very important to vary these incidences according to where the people that are affected are. The first issue is that I think, DG, we need a holistic approach. I don't think in South Africa we don't have the skills that we need to actually curb any other matter that contributes to ill health. And I do support the fact that we need this organized arrangement of attending to these matters holistically, because each one of them, once your immunity is down, you are then very much prone to various infections. The fact that Utadumzwaledi always speaks about primary health care in one way, when I leave the issue of NHI. I rather go this way of preventive and promotive. In which manner, if we are seated here, what can we say what is in our municipalities? What is, even before you go to the isolated areas, that dirt, that filthiness is totally a human right issue. But to be more going in depth, it is a norm now to throw a paper anywhere in town. Even if it's immediately after people were cleaning, then you come, you throw anything. It is now common for all the other issues that relate to use of pampas, use of that, thrown where the water runs. So it tells us that there is some neglect in ensuring that people are empowered and taking more serious their own safety where they are. I know there are EPWP people working, but they will continue to be employed there because there's no effort to conscientize our community. Stop throwing things that will come back to you. That's one, the education, health education, and self-sufficiency. In terms of availability of such officials like environmental health, also food safety, as the chair is actually, but I think we need more to do, to actually conscientize our people. I think the cluster, the social cluster, need to really come together and come out with a program. Even in the first world countries, you will find that they continue to educate their communities and taking care to an extent that in other countries you can't take your waste into the street and while those who are going to pick it up have not arrived. You better lock it inside up until it is being picked up to avoid this way of self-inflicting diseases to ourselves. The second one is that there is those people who are selling outlets and selling all what they are selling. They really have no way to account. You produce a particular product, but even the language that is written there, those consumers are not able to read it. It's either too small, the font, so it's irritating to really read it. It takes time, and secondly, it is not written in your language, but we are an expected user. So I think we can collectively work with EPWP, indeed, so that EPWP is sent where it is needed. The clean space is not something that is common, and I do know that diseases and infection knows no boundary. Indeed, everyone is subject to being affected by environmental issues. That environment is polluted all the time. People very far from a particular town I know, they were having much more E. coli because the river runs through the town, and all what even whatever they throw in the water reaches 100 kilometers away. They will show more E. coli when you test that water, which means collectively, whether it's a municipality, whether it's a traditional leader, whatever, whether it's a school, because even water for washing hands, it has declined after the pause of the COVID-19. So now people are no longer very conscious on washing hands, which is another carrier of various diseases. And on the issue of good practices, I do know if we go back, people will remind us, but to have this type of environment, whatever is going to come is not going to help us. If we are not conscious about environmental care. And then the second one, on the issue of immediate banning, I'm worried, Chair, when this discussion goes out, I hope it will not be made an issue of having to do with color or whoever. Because other people might take what is already wrong as if this is a causative factor. I wish it should be seen as an abnormal situation for all of us. Because even if you drop your support on the other side, then the deterioration of those who are better off will make the situation of those who are lower worse, or worsen so that there's more work to do. I would wish to say it is unfortunate that inequality has always been a divisive approach in life. Inequality is divisive, and therefore it should not be allowed to divide us further. Importantly, we should all be conscious that even in some big cities, Honorable, the members of the commission, even in the toppest areas, you still find pockets of debt, and people are mobile. They are not confined to where they stay. So it's important that the department that has been affected by death, which is the Department of Agriculture, should take a lead. I know UDG sit where all other DGs sit. And we also sit in our clusters. Down the line, then we account to same chairs that sit together, which means there's always an approach of collective decision making. But maybe tina masihlabu mkhosi, let's go and shout that there's war against various diseases, including contributing causes of why we should do that. Just imagine when your child dies in a pit, a toilet in a school. How would you feel for the rest of your life about something called a school that took your son in a very, very bad manner? My plea, DG and Minister, is that we actually have a task team that deals directly with this within our department, so that we can consolidate our views about whoever is involved. Because as agriculture, the land is our own. Land degradation should be refuted by ourselves as the department, because we are responsible for it. And therefore, environment, health, everyone can actually see that we are serious about this. Imagine, which water do we water our plants? And are we as a society able to wash thoroughly when there's no water to cook? How do you thoroughly wash your veggies under running water? When you don't, you fetch them out there with a pail. and therefore it won't be enough to clean it. So I think there are specific areas where we should identify as a department. And then the processes of a legal
DM?
process can...
Just as we conclude, I'm looking at the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's okay. I've said what I wanted to.
Okay.
And very amicable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister and Minister. Commissioner Ntuli, you did speak. I don't know whether you can come back so that you conclude. That was your presentation. We want to allow you an opportunity to conclude so that we can break for lunch and come back and take animal law project.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Firstly, I must start by saying we are very inspired as the Human Rights Commission by the responses of the Minister and the DM. The collaborative approach and intentionality, very, very important. And perhaps I'll speak to that as the last point. The first point I must make in closure, Honorable Chair, is to just emphasize that until there's a ban on Tebifos, we are always going to have the problem that we have with the deaths of children, particularly in townships and poor areas. It's not going to stop until there's a complete ban on Tebifos. Why this is important to mention is because there was a discourse that was emerging that was suggesting that the Tebifos that you find in townships is not produced by big industry. It is smuggled into the country by foreign nationals who then sell it in spaza shops. Until there's evidence to that effect, that must be dispelled. Because again, it leads to the issue of xenophobia. The Minister has mentioned that crop life should perhaps also be invited. And I think that's a very good suggestion, Honorable Minister. And I'm saying this because crop life was quoted or reported to be one of the groups that was suggesting that the Tebifos that is found in townships is the Tebifos that is smuggled. I would also like to maybe speak to just quickly the response of the DG, and just to say, DG, in the academy, we often say that knowledge is subjective. I can be a leader in industry, but it does not mean that I am objective. Knowledge is always laden with subjectivity and has to always be open to critique for the purposes of progress in society. I thought that I should just mention that. Similarly, the DM is suggesting that we should perhaps move away from viewing this as an issue of bodies or race. I want to say, as the Human Rights Commission, we can only bring to you and society that which is tea. Unfortunately, the reality of the issue that we are discussing is a reality of race, it's a reality of history, it's a reality of particular bodies. And we cannot silence that reality. It has to be brought to the fore, especially because we're a country that continues to struggle to move away from a history of inequality on the basis of race, place, and geography. So it becomes very important that when we deal with issues like these, we deal with them in a holistic way that points to the problem. And the problem is that this issue is an issue of race. The children who died last year are children of a particular race. They are children of a particular geography. When, Honorable Chair, you speak of schools where there are old mamas who are selling food to children, that is children of particular schools, children of particular races and bodies, and we have to speak to that. Children in private schools are not being sold amakip-kip. So that is an issue of race, and that has to be addressed as well. And then lastly, the Minister as well as the DM have made a very useful suggestion. The Minister, maybe the DM, started by saying that we should think about consultation. how do we as a country deal with this problem? And second to that, the Minister has suggested, and we are very open to that, Honorable Minister, working together with the Human Rights Commission to deal with these issues. And this is the last point that I wish to make, Honorable Chair. I did say in my opening remarks that we do exist in an ecosystem,
Yes.
which we call a constitutional dialogue that we are all involved in. And we must continue that dialogue up until a situation where we see a ban of all HHPs. And perhaps we can start with this one, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, by saying the issue of a definitive conclusion and determination about the banning of HHPs is important. Perhaps through the portfolio committee as the legislature, we must set ourselves a deadline, a time frame. Say in 6 months, there must be one evidence-based research on how other countries, both in the continent as well as globally, have dealt with the issue of alternatives. What alternatives do exist that can assist us to ban Tebufos? The Minister has already said that if there are alternatives today, Tebufos can be banned tomorrow. So then let's deal with that proposal by saying, give ourselves time frames through the portfolio committee, institute a research agenda that's going to specifically look at the issue of alternatives, and agree that within 6 months we want to see a total and complete ban of Tebufos. I think that's going to be a decisive action, Honorable Chair, and I think it's reasonable for all of us. And perhaps we can also then think about a multi-sectoral body that's going to monitor this work in these 6 months. The South African Human Rights Commission avails itself for this work, and we should also then consider involving civil society as well as academia in this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We do appreciate you coming to make this presentation, and I'm glad that you made the presentation in the presence of the leadership of the department. Lastly, the fact that the Minister has actually agreed to working with yourselves. He made that proposal that they can work with you as a Human Rights Commission in order to come to the resolution of these matters. And I said earlier that and ourselves as the portfolio committee will take time to discuss these matters, and then having gotten the both sides or the both sides of the coin. We have had Professor presenting, we've had the department, we've had yourself presenting, and the Minister is proposing that we get other people further to come and make presentations, and we will adhere to that. And we are open to listening to everyone so that at the time when we come to taking a decision, it will be informed. But I also want to just say to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, they can and be assured that when we walk out of here, the message that is going to go out there is going to be positive. It's going to reflect the discussions that we had. So even the statement that we're going to issue is going to reflect the discussions that we've had, so that people outside there, we have a responsibility, all of us, both the department, yourselves as Human Rights Commission and ourselves as a portfolio committee, to inform people of the discussions that we have. That is why portfolio committees are open to the public. And I'm sure we've had a very good, balanced discussion. Thank you very much once more to the Minister and yourself, Commissioner Ntuli. We are going to break for lunch, and then when we come back, we'll take the presentation by Law Project, and we apologize that we're going to take you at that hour when we come back, but we still have 2 more presentations after yourselves, but we will have a discussion. We are willing to sit here until we resolve and we listen and we engage in the issues that you are going to make a presentation on. I know, Minister, that you have another meeting and that as we break now, you will not necessarily be back. But we would love to have the department stay here, and if Deputy Minister will be able to come back, because we still have to discuss the matter that has been raised by Honorable Trollip on the Eastern Cape farmers. Commissioner Ntuli?
Honorable Chair, we plead that you also excuse us as the Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Our appreciation, and thank you. We'll see you next time, and we're always available. We will interact with yourselves, and you can always interact with us if anything that you pick up. Minister, thank you very much for your time. We wish you well to the next meeting. We can break for lunch, and then I request that we come back at 20 past. I can see you looking at me like that. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. Can we be sorted so that we start? Thank you very much. Now we are resuming our meeting as indicated in the beginning when we took a break for lunch, that we're going to come back and have a presentation from the Animal Law Project. Deputy Minister NTG. The team came last year. I think it was on a day when the Animal Law bill was presented by the department, and they couldn't make a presentation because it took us the whole day with many presentations that we had from the entities, and that is why we brought them today. We once more want to appreciate that you were willing to come and make this presentation. I'm handing over to you. Please do introduce yourselves and introduce the person who's going to make the presentation, and go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable Members, for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Tony Gerrans. I am a co-founder of the Animal Law Project and a co-author of the manifesto document that we've circulated with you. And I'm joined here today by my colleague, Mrs. Karen Sanders, who also works on the Animal Law Project with me and co-authored that report along with Amy Wilson from Animal Law Reform South Africa, another NGO.
Okay.
So I would like to talk today to this committee about the progress being made with updating animal protection law in South Africa and why this is important. If you look at the graphic I've put up on the screen, which is in the report, you can see that the consideration of animals in society involves a huge range of stakeholders. Animals are embedded in countless different contexts within our society. They're in our food system. We protect them as wildlife. There are literally millions of animals who live in amongst us in our communities. We use them in research, and they are also increasingly being trapped in man-made and natural disasters as we deal with the challenges of increasing urbanization and climate change. The protection of animals from neglect and abuse and other types of harms is a responsibility which vests in the Minister of Agriculture. It's not always been that way. In 1997, President Mandela issued a decree that moved the authority away from the Department of Justice and put it in the Department of Agriculture. I'm going to make the case that we need to reconsider that. And the Animal Law Project has really been an initiative that has been started by a number of NGOs and is seeking to inform the process of finalizing the animal welfare bill that the Department of Agriculture is in the process of concluding. I think it's really important that we recognize all of these different contexts that humans interact with animals, and that we recognize that violence and cruelty towards animals in our communities is a social justice issue which we need to address. Many of the papers which have studied violence in societies recognize that where there is abuse and neglect of animals, we often find a correlative abuse and neglect of people. And it is important, therefore, that we have a robust regime, legal regime, and non-legal regime, which protects animals from unnecessary harms if we are to give effect to the values of the Constitution, which recognize rights to a clean and safe and protected environment, a right to human dignity, and a right to freedom from violence. We simply cannot achieve those outcomes if we leave all of the other sentient beings who live in and around us out of our consideration. So why does this animal suffering really matter? There's lots of reasons why. Some of it relates obviously to our recognition that animals are sentient beings and they have an experience of their lives and they shouldn't be made to suffer unnecessarily. But some of the reasons why we might seek to protect animals also relate to the impact it has on our own society. We now have very good science that shows that most of the animals that we would interact with in a modern complex society like South Africa are capable of experiencing pain, and many of them have both complex emotional relationships with each other, and they're capable of predicting and remembering both positive and negative states. This has been recognized by the Constitutional Court as long ago as 2016, where the court issued a ruling in the case which has now been known as the NSPCA private prosecution case, that animals are sentient. In other words, we recognize their subjective experience of their own lives, and that they have intrinsic value, which means they have value in and of themselves, and we need to give due regard to their circumstances as individuals, not only due regard to their circumstances as a species or a population. And we should also recognize that animals are a vulnerable category of beings in our society. They are not recognized in law as persons. They don't have legal mechanisms that their interests are considered, and in many cases, they are beholden to the powers that we have as people, whether we inflict harm on them deliberately or as a consequence of economic activity, or it's just simply as neglect. As I mentioned earlier, many of the negative consequences that befall our society when we mistreat animals also impact significantly on people. Think, for example, what prospects a young child might have growing up in a household where violence against the pets in that household is endemic, right? You don't have to be a social scientist or a psychologist to understand that there are going to be negative impacts in those circumstances, and indeed our law recognized that as long ago as the 1940s, that the protection of animals is important so that people are not subjected to the normalization of violence. So it's very clear then that protecting the animals in our country is a matter of public interest. And indeed, we are seeing increasingly now it's a matter of national public interest, because the way we protect our animals is increasingly becoming a factor to be considered in international trade. This simple chart is an output of a study done last year, which asked people across all different social demographic groups and most of the provinces in the country whether they thought animal suffering mattered. We often hear that animal suffering is simply a consideration of the rich, and that people who are struggling to escape poverty and live a dignified life without resources or means don't have the capacity to engage with animal suffering. And I think this study shows that that is not true. We can see there that nearly 80% of the people sampled in this study felt that animal suffering was something that they cared about very much, or that they cared about a lot. So how are we doing as South Africa in terms of our legal framework to protect animals? The short answer is the current situation is not very good at all. The World Animal Protection did an animal protection index and looked at 50 countries around the world and assessed the extent to which the laws protected animals in these countries. You can see South Africa there scored an E on this index, behind countries like Mexico, Kenya, India, and Tanzania. And this was a reflection of both an apartheid-era piece of legislation in the Animals Protection Act, which has not been materially updated for over 63 years, and also because we have institutional problems with the way this law is implemented. The Animals Protection Act, which was passed in 1962, is a criminal statute. So we only have criminal remedies in law for the protection of animals. We should be looking at other types of law, such as administrative law, and indeed other types of legal mechanisms, such as permitting and civil law, if we're going to give proper effect to the protection of animals. We also find that that Animals Protection Act is out of step with our new constitutional dispensation, which is not a surprise because it was passed 60 years, more than 30 years, more than 30 years before our new constitution came into being. So the values and principles that we see in our constitution, which I mentioned earlier, the right to dignity, the right to a safe and protected environment, the right to be free from violence, whether those sources are private or public. Those rights did not exist at the time this legislation was written. It doesn't even have a proper definition of animal welfare or a recognition of sentience in it. So it's really out of step with our modern legal environment. Our common law, as opposed to the statute, is also out of step with modern science of animal protection because common law still treats animals as property. So the law regards an animal more like a piece of furniture or like a motor car than a sentient being. And I think all of us can agree, if you've ever had an interaction with an animal in your home, you will know that that's certainly not the case. And the final point is we have these weak and conflicting institutional arrangements which surround the implementation of this law. As a result, we find very, very few cases are successfully prosecuted. It's very expensive, and the burden of proof and the logistics of working a criminal case through our criminal justice system really mitigate against using criminal law only as a way of protecting animals. Now, the Department of Agriculture is, as I mentioned before, the Minister is the responsible party for the administration and protection of animals. Unfortunately, Schedules 4 and Schedule 5 to the Constitution, which delegate mandates for governance at different levels of government, do not explicitly deal with the question of animal welfare. So we find a lot of resistance from local government and provincial government to dealing with this question. And the mandate, therefore, is sitting at the moment with the National Department of Agriculture, and the department is really not properly capacitated to deal with this challenge. There is a lack of transparency in reporting and statistics about animal abuse. There is no explicit policy framework about how to deal with abuse and neglect for animals. There is no explicit budget for managing this item within the department, and indeed no work plan that deals specifically with the question of animal protection. The Department of Agriculture does not maintain an inspectorate who would be competent to inspect cases where animals have been neglected or abused. And the powers in the Animals Protection Act, which allow the minister to make regulation to fill out the Animals Protection Act in a bit of detail, have hardly been used in the 64 years that the Act has been in place. Indeed, where the private sector and other organizations have tried to set such standards, for example, through the SABS, we have national standards on livestock welfare and some wild animal standards. The department doesn't have capacity to engage with that work and is absent from that standard setting process as well. It's not just the Department of Agriculture. We know that in the Department of Environment, who's responsible for wild animals, they are concerned about a conflicting mandate, and they for a long time have argued that they don't have any express mandate to manage the wild welfare of wild animals. So that would vest then with the Department of Agriculture, and you can see how difficult that's going to be to manage. There are some institutional arrangements to try deal with that intra-departmental cooperation, but they're not functioning very well. And of course then we do have the SPCA movement. The SPCAs are a creature of statute in terms of the SPCA Act, but they receive no funding from the state for anything other than running municipal pounds. They raise some of their money from the industries that they are responsible for inspecting, so they have a clear mandate with that. And at the current levels of budget and staffing, they simply are not capable of doing a systemic national function of protecting animals. So I think everyone involved in the space recognizes that change is required. And as the Honourable Chair mentioned, the department has previously presented on the Animal Welfare Bill, which is a work in progress. and we believe that such bill is in the final stages of being polished and is going to be completed around about the middle of this year. We have some concerns about that process as the Animal Law Project, and indeed the work that is in that manifesto before you now has come out of those concerns. It has taken over a decade for the department to get the bill to the current stage. We're concerned that the composition of the Animal Welfare Working Group within the department, which is comprised of 9 vets and 2 officials, is not a broad enough spectrum of skills to consider the polycentric, multidisciplinary nature of protecting animals in a complex society like ours. Sure, vets have a big role to play, without a doubt, but vets in this country are primarily trained and incentivized to manage animal health. Animal welfare involves other considerations, socio-economic considerations, issues of trade and the like. And we do need legal and other contributions into this lawmaking process in order to make sure that it is robust. We also are concerned a bit that the socio-economic impact study, which was conducted by the department in 2016, framed this problem of addressing the law that protects animals in very controversial terms. That study regarded animals purely in an instrumental way. In other words, that study regarded animals only as instruments of trade. There was no recognition given to the other considerations, that animal suffering must be mitigated and eliminated where possible, and that indeed animals play roles in society other than simply objects of trade. There have been a number of parliamentary questions and answers recently raising the issue about the new bill, and we're very concerned that the animal welfare bill as presented is not going to encompass the holistic multidisciplinary aspect that is required to make this bill effective. And that is really the origins of the Animal Law Project. It was an initiative between a number of NGOs, started in 2023. As I mentioned, Animal Law Reform South Africa and SAHRC, which is the South African Institute for the Advancement of Constitutional Human and International Law at the University of Johannesburg, and Humane Society International. Those were the 3 founding members. But the Animal Law Project has gone through an extensive consultation between 2023 and now. We have invited nearly 600 organizations who may be involved in animal welfare in some way to contribute into a multidisciplinary process which resulted in the manifesto that we've presented to you today. We conducted an independent survey online to try hear some of these voices. We had 3 engagement webinars. We had an expert panel of vets, prosecutors, legal scholars, people who work in the animal protection sector, and other interest groups. We produced a draft of the manifesto, and we did another round of consultation, and we have engaged directly with the Departments of Environment, the Department of Agriculture, the Law Reform Commission, and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. That's what brings me here today and to present the manifesto to you. This is just an example of one of the questions that came out of the survey, just so you can see that this was indeed a robust process. This was the question that asked whether people feel that the Department of Agriculture has a conflict or not in managing animal protection. The problem being, of course, that one of the primary objectives of the Department of Agriculture is to promote agriculture, and indeed animal agriculture is a big component of that. There was a strong feeling from the animal protection sector about a conflict of interest there, and that came through very strongly in our survey. I'm not going to go through the report in a huge amount of detail. In essence, what the report does is it looks at our constitutional framework, it looks at international best practice, and then it promotes a roadmap for a framework piece of legislation which would best serve the interests of protecting animals, mindful of the type of trade-offs we heard Minister Steenhuisen talking about earlier, that such a piece of law would certainly have impact in many different spheres of society. So just very briefly, you can see the three foundational values that the report has based the roadmap on is a recognition of animal sentience and the intrinsic value of animals. This is already established in our law. As I mentioned, there's a series of cases that ended up in the Constitutional Court making clear that that is part of our law. And then the principle of constitutional alignment, trying to bring this piece of legislation into our modern constitutional democracy in the same way as, for example, the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act and the National Environmental Act seek to modernize both public-private participation and the environment respectively. So we're asking in this regard that the protection of animals receive the same sort of treatment. We've also provided there a framework of principles in much the same way as the National Environmental Management Act works. We've set out 10 principles which we think are consistent with our modern legal regime and which would serve us well in a piece of legislation that is dealing with animals in society. And in the bottom right corner of that slide, you'll see we've recognized 16 types of enabling processes which would help us move our legislation from the previous millennium into the 21st century and give us a workable piece of legislation that would be enforceable. We've also made 20 recommendations at the end of the report. This is really where we map out a vision for how the new Animal Welfare Act, or the Animals Act as we've called it, might work. And I'd like to just pick out a few of those, for example, as illustrative. We've said the first recommendation is that the drafting process for this new law needs to be expanded so that other disciplines and other skills are brought into the drafting process. We're very concerned that if the bill is produced without this type of input, it will be too narrow and as a result will not be able to fulfill the broader stakeholder interest in getting this right. I've mentioned that the new law must be consistent with the Constitution, obviously. We would like to see explicitly that the custodianship and administration of this law move back to the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is the department we feel is best equipped to deal with the management of vulnerable groups in our society. They already have specific units to work, for example, with women and with children, and we do feel that the Department of Justice is probably the right place. We also looked at the Department of Social Development, and we looked at the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries. So that is the one major recommendation. We have also proposed there that the new law should not simply be a criminal statute. Getting animal crimes against animals prosecuted in South Africa is really difficult. The South African police services are not trained, capacitated, or incentivized to deal with cruelty to animals. The National Prosecuting Authority also is not skilled in this regard, and getting in front of a court and having to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of a crime when there has been abuse of animals really mitigates against using criminal law. So we've suggested in our report there are some very accessible administrative law and civil law remedies, such as permitting processes, which could reduce the burden on the state and the criminal justice system and help improve the administration of animals. And we have proposed in that report that we have a series of regulated activities, which would include activities which must be permitted and activities which should be prohibited. So prohibited activities would include, for example, animal fighting, sex with animals, other things we generally would all agree are harmful activities and shouldn't be allowed. And then the regulated activities are where there is likely to be significant harm to animals, but we think for social and economic reasons we should still continue with that activity. We suggest that that should be managed through a permitting process. So in closing, I would like to make three very simple asks of the committee. I do encourage you to look through the report we've supplied, and I hope you will see that it has been an extensive and thorough analysis. And these three proposals come from that work. The first one is we would like that the department be encouraged to more actively include this consultation process in the finalization of the bill. We have had some meetings with the department, as I mentioned before. They have engaged with us on some of the issues, but we have not had a formal response back, and we're concerned that much of this work is going to fall outside of the remit of the committee that is now finishing the Animal Welfare Act. We would also like to ask, as point number 2, that this committee consider the merits of putting this function in the Department of Justice. Obviously, the Department of Justice is asking, if it comes to them, what about a budget issue? But at the moment, there isn't a substantial budget in agriculture anyway for this. And I think for the reasons I've mentioned and which we detail in the report, Department of Justice would be best suited to do this work. And the last point I would like to ask that this committee consider is that we convene a colloquium on this matter so that we can bring all the stakeholders, including the industries that currently use animals, into a session, and we have a colloquium or 2 or 3 days of discussion where we can hear everyone's vision and considerations for how this should go forward. You will remember in the case of the captive lion breeding industry, which Minister George is now moving to first regulate and eventually shut down, that the national interest in continuing that industry came out of a public discussion process where the public was able to present their arguments on this. So those are my 3 asks that the committee consider. And Chair, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to brief the committee today. I'm going to hand back over to you for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Tony. Our appreciation. While I am just giving honorable members to think about their questions and raise their hands, I would like to take you back to the
Animals Protection Action 10 allows the minister to regulate specific issues. For example, things like transport, and he did mention live export as an issue. But there currently are no regulations for that sort of issue. The Meat Safety Act does have some limited regulations about animal welfare in slaughterhouses, but if you want to look at standards for transport, for example, you have to go to the SABS and look at a national standard, and those national standards are really negotiations between industry, animal protection sector, and other groups. So that's where there is some balancing act happening. It's not happening in the law, and those national standards are not necessarily applicable or enforceable through law. So what we've proposed is a framework for dealing with that sort of issue, and indeed the issue, for example, about traditional slaughter. We're not saying that those things cannot happen. All we're saying is we need a principle-based test to be applied. Indeed, the Constitution does protect traditional and cultural rights. And so we recognize that those have not been well regarded in the past, and that our new constitutional dispensation must give due regard to all those opinions. We're not saying they shouldn't be allowed. All we're saying is if you apply the principles that we set out in the framework of the legislation, such as a lack of arbitrariness, transparency, we looked at Ubuntu, we looked at other principles, the same way as NEMA has guiding principles that says we shouldn't do harm on the environment if we can avoid it. And if we have to do harm, we should do the least harm. We're saying those principles should be explicitly applied to animals. They may indeed already actually be applicable to animals because animals are part of the environment in terms of NEMA, and so those principles would apply. But there is no forum or there's no way for us to engage with those issues. So we're not saying that those practices need to be ended immediately. Of course, we are mindful of the fact that we have a robust economy that we want to create a robust economy, and this is a significant portion of it, and we recognize the food system and the current dependency that people have on animal products. What we're saying, though, is in the balancing act that Minister Steenkamp referred to, we need to have a more principled test. And all we're asking is that the legislation that protects animals allows animals' interests to be considered in that test. Not necessarily to trump human interests, but to be considered, because at the moment that consideration is very, very unbalanced. And indeed, if it continues to vest in the Department of Agriculture, it's not a transparent public participation process, right? So much like an EIA, right, would be for an environmental process. You can't simply build a mine. You have to go through a public process of establishing that you've adopted the least harm, that you're going to restore the land afterwards, and there's a weighing up of human benefit and non-human harm. We're saying that the same thing model should really be applied to the question of how we treat animals, especially in industry. It's less of a problem with how we treat animals personally. There's more of a case of neglect usually, but not always. If I might answer the question about animal sentience, thank you. It's a very good question. So when we say that animals are sentient, we're not saying that they are identical to humans, right? Even within the millions of different species of animals, there are significant differences. So we know that, for example, vertebrate mammals, cows, pigs, they are successful as a species because for many of the same reasons that we are successful. They look after their young, they avoid harm, they are capable of learning, they have emotional relationships which allow them to function well together. That doesn't mean we have to treat them in an identical way to humans. We already have mechanisms, for example, citizenship theory that says we can treat humans in different ways, right? I have more rights in this country than someone who's here illegally. I can't arbitrarily be detained for more than 48 hours. These are rights that we have recognized that flow to people, but they don't all flow to all people. So what we're saying is when we consider the sentience of animals, we cannot treat them as a piece of property, right? You will agree with me, surely, that a cow and this can of Coke are not the same, right? If I crush this can of Coke under my foot, what harm is done? But if I crush an animal under my foot, a sentient animal, then clearly harm is done. So again, it's a balancing act. we're saying that animals should not be harmed needlessly or unnecessarily, and that in that determination, we need to give due regard to their interests. The Animals Protection Act just now says no unnecessary harm. But who decides what is necessary or unnecessary? If I'm a pig farmer and I want to confine 1,000 pigs in a cage so small they cannot turn around for 80% of their lives, is that necessary or is it not necessary? I would argue it's not necessary because pig farms can be profitable without that system. But a pig farmer might argue to optimize his production, that's necessary. We don't have a test at the moment to adjudicate that, right? We just, the law is silent on that. We have no regulation. So at the moment, the confinement of breeding sows continues, and there is legal uncertainty about it. What the Animal Law Project is proposing is that we have a principle-based test. So if I would apply that to your question, Honourable Member, we're saying maybe in that instance, your right to your cultural traditions will trump the right of that animal to continue living, right? That's a very realistic outcome. We might argue that we would like to see that animal slaughtered in the least suffering possible, right? And you might have traditional reasons why you don't want to do that. And maybe that discussion lands definitely in your favor, and that's okay. At the moment, though, the Animals Protection Act is silent on this. It doesn't provide any mechanism, any space for a weighing of interests, right? The question you raise is the same for the farming industry, whether it's wildlife that we're farming or whether it's species like pigs, chickens, right? How do we do that balancing act? There is no mechanism at all to do that balancing act. So now we recognize these animals are capable of suffering. We know that chickens and pigs suffer when we put them in those small cages. There are over 300 pieces of peer-reviewed science saying those hens that are kept in battery cages suffer significantly. But the law doesn't provide any mechanism for us to do a weighing up of that. There is no way that the law can definitively say that that is necessary cruelty and this practice is unnecessary. And as a result, it's a bit of a free-for-all. Many of the pig farmers we work with are very frustrated because sometimes the SPCA inspects them and says, you shouldn't be keeping animals in these conditions, and other times the SPCA inspects them and doesn't say anything, right? So we're asking for more certainty. We're asking for a principles-based test to be applied so that we can know for sure what are the minimum standards of treatment for animals. And we currently don't have that. I mean, if I was to ask this room and have some pig farmers in here and have some animal protection people in here, what are the minimum standards for farmed pigs? You'll get as many different answers as there are people in the room, and that's an untenable situation. So what we've proposed really is a mechanism in law to adjudicate these competing interests in the same way we already do that for the environment. And we do it in countless other ways as well, right? Our human rights were suspended during COVID, right, in many ways in the public interest. So what we don't want is arbitrary decision-making. We want transparent and principle-based decisions. And, you know, this is not what we're asking for. I think I should make the point, is not out of step with global best practice, right? One of the key issues that South Africa faces as a challenge is if we don't update this legislation, which is 64 years old, we're going to find difficulty in trading in animal and animal-derived products overseas. If you have a look at the EU, for example, which is a big trading bloc with South Africa, the EU has, in negotiations with the Ukraine before the invasion by Russia and with the Mercosur bloc in South America, they've insisted on animal welfare equivalency in their trade agreements. And Brazil and Argentina, as two countries who take their trade with the EU seriously, actually took the EU farmed animal standards and have applied those into their local law. So in South Africa, we find the mohair industry, the crocodile industry, and the ostrich industry have all set their own welfare standards, which are a much better document. Each of those is a much better document than our national law, because they're concerned the national law does not provide business certainty for them and does not allow them consistency of access to markets where animal welfare standards are more transparent. So even if you disagree with my arguments about treating animals better, there's a strong business case to be made that we need transparent legislation that sets clear minimum baselines, and that sort of business certainty is really important for the development of the sector. Deputy Minister, sorry, have I covered everything? Back to you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. So do you want...
Yes, you nearly covered most of what I was going to ask. But my clarity would be when we actually refer to dogs as opposed to other protection of all animals, both domestic, which the dog falls under, as well as the wildlife. Then my question, you have answered already the issue of SPCA, because they seem to act as if there are rules that they are following. But theirs cut across, whether it's your livestock, whether it's your pig or cat, they really go to that extent with the authority they have, of which I'm not very clear as to where do they derive if now there's a requirement to specifically deal with the dog animals. The other issue is also that how are the dogs need more protection than all other animals, because nearly they will be better than myself. As I can understand, sometimes I see people sitting at the back of a buggy and the dog sitting in the front seat. So I really would want to understand a little, please educate me a little bit on the issues that you are raising. Dogs, other wild animals, and animals that we own as a livestock. And lastly, that how much does this input add or differ in the protection, Animal Protection Act that is, bill that is in process with the department? Remember the issue of product, face products and other products that can be derived from the animals. And then there's an issue about that it needs to be legislated. I'm not sure whether South Africans agree with the extraction of those parts or whatever that will be utilized for beauty purposes, if that will be really a welfare to animals. That's what I think, dogs included. So I want the difference between what you are actually proposing or you want to amend that. That's the clarity I need. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. DG, I would want you to come in. The discussion is getting elevated. I will allow Tony to respond to the Deputy Minister, and you'll have to come in because there are a number of issues that are alleging certain things about the department in the presentation. Your apparent lack of, let me go there and get the right word. Your lack of stakeholder engagement, the fact that your staffing is inadequate in order to deal with the process of the bill. And among other things that the presentation by Tony has raised. The one thing that I just want to ask Tony is, I'm still sitting on the movement of the authority to the Department of Justice and constitutional development. Have you ever tested it with them? Because I see that at the end, the recommendation or the key proposal is that we have a colloquium with the Department of Environment. Oh, so you including also justice. Just to check if you ever have, you raised an issue that with the environment, the Department of Environment is also complaining, or they are not able to deal with the welfare of those animals that they are responsible for now. So I did not hear the part where you said you did test the proposal that you're bringing to us on the Department of Justice. That's you, Tony.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer the Deputy Minister first, thank you for those questions. And you have highlighted an issue which is very problematic in the current law, which, when you spoke about the dogs. A dog really, in our view, should be protected in the same way, regardless of whether that dog is living in someone's home or is living on the street or is in a laboratory. Because what we're trying to do is prevent unnecessary harm to the animal. So we want to set a minimum standard and say it's not okay to randomly harm that animal. I mean, I take your point that in some instances in South Africa, some animals are treated better than people, and that's a nasty legacy of the discrimination that this country has manifested in the past. But hopefully, we're moving away from that now. And again, to the point raised by that honourable member, we're not asking for equality for animals. We're not saying that the dog should be treated the same way as the person. We're just saying the dog should be treated consistently, regardless of whether we regard that animal as a pet, or we're using that animal in science, or whether that animal is living on the street as a wild animal and is regarded as a pest. Because from our point of view, we might want to treat those animals differently, but from the animal's point of view, the suffering is the same in all of those contexts. So it's a good question. I mean, we see it with pigs and we see it with rabbits and mice. These animals are sometimes revered and live in very high standards. Sometimes they're just ignored and neglected, and other times they suffered a lot of deliberate or unintentional abuse. And that sends a confusing message to people about what is okay, right? We don't necessarily accept that is a consistent legal and moral standard. How can we ask someone to treat a dog well in their home but not in a laboratory, right? We should have the same test that says what is necessary and what is not necessary. So that's my thoughts on that. It's one of the principles that we've proposed, that we should not be arbitrary, right? We know in our dealings with humans, we work away from arbitrariness. The Constitution speaks explicitly about not being arbitrary. We should not discriminate against people on the basis of race or gender or religious affiliation, right? We're saying the same with the animals. We should not treat different species differently, animals from the same species, because they are in a different context. The Animals Protection Act at the moment doesn't deal with that at all, right? So there are 18 provisions in Section 2 of that Act, and they outlaw certain types of behaviors, but they don't say, for example, if I had a pet pig, if I had a pet pig and I treated that pig the way some pigs are treated in industrial production, the SPCA would probably want to prosecute me for cruelty to animals, right? Because in the context of my home, I'm expected to look after the pet to a higher standard than a farmer is expected, and that just makes no sense. And we can't ask people to be respectful of other forms of life if we are treating them differently, and the boundaries for that are not clear. So we don't have the answers to all of those contexts. What we've provided is a test, a series of principles that we can apply. So hopefully we can be consistent and come to the right answer. To speak to the question about the department. We have engaged with the department. We've engaged with the Director of Veterinary Public Health, Dr. Mpani Malefi, who is driving this process, and he has a number of vets working with him, and they have given us access and they have listened to our work. What we're concerned about is that the framing of the new law is going to be too narrow. So I spoke earlier about the problems about criminal law, right? And how to access justice through the criminal law system in South Africa. It's very difficult at the moment because of capacity problems everywhere. So we're saying if the animal welfare bill that is being prepared by the department is in the same framing as the current Animals Protection Act, we're going to carry some of the same institutional challenges through. And what we're asking is that before the bill be settled in a near final format, that we could have some more of the type of ideas that have come out of our consultation to be considered in that process. So I do believe the bill is now at the University of Pretoria, where legal experts and veterinary experts are looking at it. So that is definitely a step in the right direction. And we're pleased that that is happening. We would just like to see that consultation be more widely done because we have a lot of feedback. We've done a lot of work that can benefit that process. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there and let the DG come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation that has been made. And I think that there are areas of convergence in terms of where the principles have been set, and I would like to agree with a few issues. We are aware of the NSPCA versus the Minister of Justice in terms of animals declared sentient beings. And how that was also part and parcel of a minority kind of injection that was made in terms of that ruling. I think that also needs to be highlighted. We are also aware of the Animal Protection Index and the indices that are being used all over. It's not only one standard, there are various that are being used in terms of trading. And the issue that you have raised around the issue of addressing equivalence or recognition of other standards in other territories as a way of better trade, and we agree with you on that. We are also cognizant that the Constitution itself, in terms of Schedule 4 and 5, does not make any provision in terms of animal welfare, while we have got other areas of competence explicitly indicated at that level. However, there are a few issues that we would need to have an agreement that maybe we're not reading from the very same script. My understanding is that the Animal Protection Act in Section 8 makes provision that the NSPCA would then do some work in terms of the Animal Protection Act. And that is where the NSPCA also gets its mandate from, because that mandate needs to be cross-referenced. If we do it from a perspective that the department would not have an inspectorate while there's a mandate that has already been given, I think it's something that we have got to deal with. Yes, the standard setting process has got to be agreed to in terms of how we deal with those, but it's an engagement that, Chair, the Animal Law Project expressly deals with in terms of the mandate that we have as a department, the broad mandate. In terms of where I'm sitting, the animal welfare area is one of those that is clearly misrepresented in terms of where we are as veterinary services in our system. But we had made a commitment to the portfolio committee that we will work on the new animal welfare bill, and we have done that. And there is an admission that we have also had consultations with you. And there was something that I thought would then stand in terms of the engagements that we are having. It might not be an issue of difference of opinion, but how we phrase it. Because the issue is saying that the department, in terms of projecting the bill, which is a committee of those veterinarians who are dealing with this, must explicitly deal with the issues that have been raised by the Animal Law Project. And I think that that should be an issue around consideration, that it needs to be there, because what we are actually saying now is that we are predetermining what needs to be in the bill when there are people who are responsible for that process. And I think that there is still a process that's going to unfold in terms of how we come up with bills. Firstly, that there would be very broad public consultations, that Parliament itself, after the consultations, would have that process also unfolding. And that balance that we are talking about would be seen externally outside of the department, so that we don't really get into other processes in that way, that we also give the process some time to also internalize the issues. There was a process that was outlined around how it needs to go to justice. I always say that in terms of the department, there's quite a lot that we are doing, and just getting some of the, what I would call the unfunded mandate, would be very important for us. However, Chair, it will be remiss of this department not to highlight that we had a similar problem in terms of the PAPA, or the Performing Animals Protection Act, which in terms of the constitutional ruling, where the NSPCA was against the Minister of Agriculture then, where there was a ruling that Section 2 and 3 of that act were found to be unconstitutional. Unconstitutional because of the licensing part that we brought in. At that stage, the licensing was done by the magistrate, and it was indicated that you cannot have the judiciary also being responsible for acts that have got to pass through them when there is a ruling that has got to be made. So in that line, I think we should also take into consideration the precedence that has been set in terms of this area of animal welfare. The last issue that I thought I should also raise was an issue of now convoluting mandates. And it's coming over and over. Animal welfare, in terms of the engagements, and there are rulings for that, is the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture in terms of legislation, especially where there are captive animals that are being involved. The other areas that have got to be dealt with in terms of the Department of Environment, it's outside of where we are. But in terms of captive, it's there in terms of the Department of Agriculture. Where we have got a point of convergence, and a big one, is how do we then ensure that all these kind of mandates that are almost scattered all over, how do we ensure that we have got them under one roof? And if you're dealing with animal welfare, recognizing all the things that have been said by the Animal Law Project, how do we then ensure that the animal welfare would take the issues into consideration? I'm glad that Honorable Mkitama had raised the issue that he had raised, because that's primarily the basis why we find ourselves here, because there was contestation during that time to say that there are cultural issues, there are sentient being issues, and how do we ensure that we have got legislation that would then balance everything that we have got going forward. I'm happy that Dr. Molefe has given the Animal Law Project an opportunity to also express themselves. I would really say to you that if there are areas that you would want to still see coming out of legislation, the consultation from a departmental point of view is always there for you to come through. We would also, Chair, from our perspective, we are not against the colloquium. I think we can have the colloquium going forward. From the perspective that we have had with the fisheries, forestry, and the environment, what happens is that where there are areas that need to be ventilated, we always get into a colloquium just to get different views before we can proceed from that. So we will not even object to that kind of articulation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. And I think you assisted me on the part that I was going to go to, that because the consultation and the work is still on the side of the department, it has not come to us. At least now you have spoken to that. But just to say, Tony, even when it has come back to us from the department after the consultations that and the work that they are doing, you still have an opportunity to come back as we do our own, process of consultations, so that you can then be heard if you feel like it's not enough. But otherwise, I want to say thank you very much for taking time to come and make this presentation. Indeed, as I said earlier on, it is an eye-opener. Every day we learn and we understand our responsibilities on the basis of the work that you, all of you outside there do, and come and share with us and make us be live to the situation out there and be able to do our work in the manner that we are supposed to. So it shapes our mind, but it also assists the communities that we represent, the very same communities that you also represent. Thank you very much. I hope that this will not be the last time that we interact with the law project.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honourable members for the insightful questions. I think, you know, the quality of our work gets improved every time we have these discussions, and especially thank you to the DG for your very considered feedback at the end. Very encouraging. So thank you, Chair, for giving us the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Our appreciation. Thank you. So if you would like to sit and be with us when we take the next presentation, you are welcome, but if you want us to excuse you, you are excused. Thank you. Okay.
If it's okay with you, Chair, we're going to leave you to your citrus
please.
business. Thank you.
Please. No problem. Thank you very much once more for your time. So now, so we have Honorable Trollip. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I hope that meeting was also helpful to you. It was not stressful because you have to engage here on the next presentation. That. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So, who is making a presentation? The department. Okay. DG, it's up to you. Okay.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, DM. Let us take this opportunity just to reflect the interactions that we had with Honorable Trollip in advancing agriculture, and especially the citrus production in the Eastern Cape. We had an opportunity to have an engagement with him just before the December holidays, or even in the middle of the December holidays, with prospective farmers. These farmers had requested that they had to make to the department. We had consultations, and Mr. Mgedezi, who's responsible for the PSSC in the Eastern Cape, will give a brief report in terms of the engagements, but they were worthy of engaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Mr. Mgedezi, take over.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Afternoon to the honorable members. Afternoon to the Deputy Minister, the Director General, the Deputy Directors General, and all the colleagues that are in the meeting. Mine, Chair, is a very small matter that I believe it won't attract any questions from the committee members.
I don't want to assure you that. I won't assure you that.
Mine is just a feedback, Chair, with regards to, as stated by the Director General, a meeting that took place, arranged by Honorable MP Trollip, with the department led by the Director General, the Provincial Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, led by the HOD, and also the farmers from the Cat River, Citrus River Valley. Thank you so much. The next slide is just the presentation outline, Chairperson, with regards to the issues that are reflecting on the presentation. I won't go through them, Chairperson, as you had stated that the honorable members did go through these presentations prior to this session, just for the sake of time. But in terms of the introduction, Honorable Chair, it is to state that a meeting took place between Honorable MP Trollip, the department, the Provincial Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, and also the three farmers which are stipulated, Mr. Loli from the Cricket Farm, Mr. Twaku from the Waterfall Farm, and also Mr. Scottile from the Krila Farm, wherein they raised some of the challenges that have been faced in terms of their dairy operations. And key to it, Chair, is the fact that the farmers highlighted the urgent need for government intervention in terms of providing financial assistance to alleviate the distress that they are going through. And then the report will be able, Chair, to outline feedback in terms of what transpired in the meeting and also some of the responses that were provided by the department, and further outline some of the interventions that the department seeks to embark on in terms of trying to address the issues raised by the farmers. The first one was a presentation received from Mr. Scottile, wherein he had stated that he operates in a government-owned farm wherein he's got a 30-year lease operating in a tract of 27 hectares. And as I initially outlined, he's struggling with regards to the shortage of operational funding. And one highlighted is that there is no electricity. The electricity connection was cut off by ESCOM. And the farmer expressed gratitude for the support that has been provided by the Provincial Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform through its development agency, which is the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, which is quite pleasing because when you engage the farmers, they never appreciate the work that government has provided. They always dwell too much with regards to the shortcomings of government with regards to assisting them, outlining the recent one, which was 200,000, though it was a drop in the ocean because they stated that they dispersed that within a period of 2 months, and they still faced with the challenge. And also further outlining the fact that their attempts to apply for funding from the commercial banks, including the Land Bank, were unsuccessful due to lack of bankability of their businesses because they not viable enough without sufficient funding, especially grant funding, and highlighted that the farmer believes that if they can receive an urgent government intervention, it will assist us in terms of alleviating them of their immediate challenges or addressing their immediate needs thereof. The further inputs were made by the second farmer, Mr. Lowley, operating in a cricket farm, also operating on a land owned by the department on a 30-year lease, and also outlining that there was a commitment by the department to issue a title deed, also operating on a 27-hectare tract of land. He further emphasized the need for the department to issue a title deed and also for the issuing of a water rights by the Department of Water and Sanitation so as to enhance their viability. And while the farmer had expressed appreciation with regards to the delegation's willingness to hear their concerns, he highlighted that the farm is at risk of collapsing without the urgent support from a government. And thirdly, Chair, the engagement with Mr. Twaku operating on a waterfall farm, also the farm being owned by government and on a 30-year lease, operating on a 23-hectare tract of land, also raised the same issues, lack of funding, critically the issue of poor road infrastructure to access the farm, and also stating that he has identified an additional 15 hectares of land to enable further expansion so as to make the farm a better economic unit, but that extension cannot be fulfilled without the support from government. And further highlighting that if there is no urgent support provided, the land faces the risk of degradation. In terms of the support that was provided by government, we are stating that, Chair, that as I already stated, we have offered a 30-year lease to the farmers since 2021, and also the Provincial Department of Agriculture has assisted them in terms of citrus production for 26 hectares between the 2020 to the 22 financial years. The Provincial Department has invested an amount of 6 million with regards to farm operation, especially the issues of fencing, infrastructure as well, especially when it comes to issues of fencing, irrigation material, 2 tractors, and also citrus tree for operational purposes. And also Farm Cricket does have a 30-year lease, and also supported by the Provincial Department between the years of 2020 and 2022, wherein they supported them to plant 27 hectares of citrus, investing 2.5 million for soil preparation, 1.1 million for fencing, 1 million for irrigation, and 900,000 for irrigation installation thereof. And the third one, in terms of support provided, 30-year lease, and the Provincial Department assisted them on operating 23 hectares of citrus between 2021 and 2022. And the Provincial Department has invested an amount of 6 million for infrastructure and also operations, including mechanization, specifically 2 tractors, and the provision of a 6-kilometer ESCOM line. What we are further stating, Honorable Chair, is that the Interministerial Committee on Land Reform directed the department to explore policy proposal to effect the transfer of land that is under leasehold, so as to ensure that it gets to be under freehold, responding to the outcry from the farmers, stating that the leasehold is limiting them from accessing funding from financial institutions, as they cannot utilize the land for as a collateral, and further state that the department had to review its policy prescripts and ensure that it embarks on a program of ensuring that the farmers that are farming successfully and are issued with a title deeds, so as to enhance their security of tenure and also to enable them to have a better possibilities to access funding and so as to expand their operations. The current status of transfers with regards to these farmers, I must state that these farmers are one of the farmers that were prioritized for state land transfer. And to state that the cricket farm, it has received approval from the National Land Allocation Approval Committee, which is a national approval committee of the department, and that its issuing of title deed is under conveyancing, and shortly they will be receiving their title deed. But with regards to Waterfall, yes, they did receive a conditional approval in principle. However, the approval was contingent upon them settling their outstanding utility bills, as one of the requirements in terms of policy is to ensure that the farmers are able to settle their bills prior to them receiving the transfer or title deed thereof. And then the third farm, which is Krila Farm, the issue is in the fact that one of the entity members is deceased, so the issue is in court in terms of the court assisting to remove the deceased a member from the entity. And then the department will thus be, after that has been concluded, be in a position to issue a title deed to this a particular farmer. With regards to the issues that were raised by the farmer, I think that the Director General was spearheading the process of engaging and responding to some of the issues. One of the resolution was the fact that the Director General was to engage Land Bank so as to facilitate that they be considered for funding under the blended finance. And to stipulate that in terms of progress, yes, the engagements did take place on the 7th of December 2024, and the institution has agreed to consider assisting the farmers with regards to operating a capital. And the Director General further urged the farmers for them to submit their business plan so as to further assist, facilitate the process with the Land Bank. The farmers, yes, did submit their business plans, which were then forwarded to Land Bank for review purposes. And we're glad to state that Land Bank now are undertaking their due diligence process to assess the viability of the submitted business plans and determine the appropriate support that each farmer is supposed to receive, and that the Director General will continue to maintain the engagement with the Land Bank just to check the progress in terms of their consideration and regularly provide feedback or updates to the farmers and the stakeholders, including the portfolio committee, just to track the progress in terms of this initiative towards addressing the challenges faced by the farmers. But also internally, as the a provincial office, we did make an engagement with the farmers in terms of identifying what would be the quick wins, in terms of ensuring that we also run a concurrent process while we are waiting for Land Bank to undertake its due diligence. From our side, we explore any avenues that we can be able to provide grant funding, especially on some of the quick win operational issues. They did submit their quick wins, they did submit their business plans, we did identify quick wins, we did engage the farmers in terms of the quick wins. Now the department is taking a process of assessing our expenditure trend so as to identify whether there are any areas wherein we project savings so that we can be able to assist the farmers on their operational issues, so as to ensure that while the land processes are unfolding, there is a grant funding so that they can be kept afloat in the process while awaiting a Land Bank. I think that is as far as it is with regards to my presentation, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to go to Honorable Trollip. Would you like to come first?
Chair, thank you very much. And it would be completely remiss of me if I didn't thank you for putting this matter on the agenda, and also to just give some context to the other members. But most importantly, I'd like to thank the DG and his team. I really did not expect that I would get an email around early in December to ask me to meet with the farmers and the DG and the provincial department on the 18th of December. I know he was supposed to go on leave on the 15th of December, but he came and he met and we had a really fruitful meeting, and I was most encouraged by that. My concern is motivated by the following. These are 3 farmers. 2 of them are greenfield operations that have gone into disrepair, that are being resuscitated. So we have spent as a government millions of rands already, and it's gone down the Cat River and the Kaskama River. Gone. So they are greenfield operations. The other one is a brownfield operation, brand new citrus initiative. There were issues with strategic partners, the Human Store Co-op that withdrew, which essentially rendered the investment by the department almost null and void, because without a strategic partner, you can't really farm. So we have a department investing 6 million on a project. The strategic partner leaves. There's no collateral. There's no operational capital. And the one farmer has got 30 hectares of irrigation, established, set up beautifully, had no trees, no citrus trees. He had to buy them himself, so he's planted 5 hectares of citrus. The other 25 hectares, their thorn trees are as high as the ceiling. I sent the pictures to the DG. So essentially, you've got to start from scratch. And we spoke this morning about starting from scratch. If you have to go back to start from scratch, everything you've invested before is just a waste of money. So I don't want to belabor this point, but my concern is that every rand spent must be worth 100 cents, especially in rural transformation and land reform and agriculture, to get black farmers to become commercial farmers. I worked with black commercial citrus farmers. They are there. They can do it. But if we set them up without support until they become at least productive, they're going to fail. And then it'll be another waste of money. So what I want to thank the DG for, and I think the investment amounts given there in the report of 6 million and 4.6 million, those are very modest. I think those farmers have had much more than that. But what I like is that the DG has met with the land bank, and the land bank's considering those business plans, and they will consider their due diligence. But citrus needs irrigation daily, needs fertilization, needs handling of grass invasion and acacia tree invasion, paying staff, protecting the assets that the department have bought, tractors and implements. None of those places have got sheds. The one farmer has to travel 16 kilometers to his farm on a tractor every day and 16 back, because if he leaves it there, it'll get stolen or stripped. Now, tractors are not taxis. If you drive a tractor to transport staff 32 kilometers a day, the road to that farm is impossible. So I'm just thankful that this is going to be a long process. There are many questions, sir. And I'm going to keep asking questions about it. And you're going to have to keep coming back with reports, because I'm not going to rest until we see those people break through and become sustainable farmers. And until then, there are going to be many, many questions. But I want to salute the department for taking the effort to come and listen, to speak to those farmers. The DG contacted them himself and said, I want your business plans. He was hustling them to get the business plans. Not just ask them once and leave them. He was hustling them to get it. But now the land bank, I know the land bank. If you think the wheels of government turn slowly, the wheels of the land bank are glacial. Glacial. So those trees that have been planted could be dead by the time they decide on the bankability or the due diligence of those properties. So the fact that the DG says he will have constant contact with them gives me some kind of comfort. But, Chair, at the end of the day, I appeal to this committee and the department. Let's not set farmers up to fail. If we're going to invest money in new projects, let's make sure that they can become sustainable and not set them up to fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip. Our members, do you want to make a comment? I just want to say thank you also to you, Honorable Trollip, for bringing up the issue. Our responsibility indeed is what you just did, that when you realize that there is a problem somewhere with the farmers, we seek to assist them. And I think that that is very much appreciated. And the fact that the DG took it up immediately, I want to believe a DG and Deputy Minister that we have had a number of farmers that have been given an opportunity for many years, that we somehow in the middle of the road, we seemed to neglect them and they failed. I can't remember what is that program that you have in the department DG, the one that is it land, is it, what do you call it? It's not CASP, what is it? That where you gave back, land to people who claimed land. or restitution. You know, I have seen in a number of communities that were restituted, and at some point they have failed. And I think that it was not helpful in instances where you found them having, given a very good farm that was running very well, but at the end, there is nothing now when you go there to go and check, either because we did not assist them, babysit them, or whatever language do you want to use. So that's why I think we must appreciate the fact that when Honorable Trolley raised an issue with yourselves, DG, you were able to come up and assist. And we hope that this should be the kind of response that we have in all areas where we face challenges. Because for me, even if, and Honorable Trolley says, the money that you are raising now, you know, here, when you make a presentation, your 5 million and 6 million, it's less than the amount that was, you know, invested initially. And therefore, we can't have that money just going down the drain. So it's appreciated that you have come up to assist. And these other matters that Honorable Trolley is raising about the tractors and the, you know, the challenges that the farmers have, that if they were to leave their tractor there at the farm, they won't find it tomorrow. It's something that every farmer suffers from in these areas where people just walk in and steal and strip farms. Yeah, DG, I don't know whether you want to come back and you're fine. Honorable members, you are okay. Honorable Mkutama, we vile ke into yama pharmacy department incedile izile. Deputy Minister, we thank you very much for allowing the department to do what they are supposed to be doing. Thank you very much, sir. We have come to the last item, which is an in-house item of the committee, and therefore, I want to thank you very much, Deputy Minister, DG. Pass our regards to the Minister, and we appreciate that he was here and he had to leave, and he always stay until we finish. We understand that he had a responsibility. So, DG, thank you very much with your team for always, you know, being willing to come and assist us and make presentations that are enabling us to do our work as a committee. You are released for now until we meet next week. Yes. We are part of one family, so we always expect you here. Thank you very much, and please travel safe back to your destinations. Enkosi, Deputy Minister. Yes, next week.